ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the Bricked Up Podcast, building your algorithm brick by brick. And today we are continuing our discussion on the Resistance franchise for the PlayStation 3. And I am Liam Fitzpatrick, aka Lego Liam 1803, joined today by my wonderful co host, Philip Wagner, aka The American Mutant. Introduce yourself.
It's great to see everybody back today again. It's great to be here with you, Liam, and I'm so excited to get to talking again about the Resistance series. One of our favorite topics to talk about.
Yes, indeed. And last time we talked about our history with the franchise, how involved we are in the community, and we talked extensively on Resistance Fall of Man, the first game in the franchise. And today we are going to tackle the rest of the games. We have four games to go through, three of which we played, one of which we have yet to, but we've seen enough of it to kind of make our own judgment on it.
Indeed.
So, Philip, what is our first game? What is the next one?
Well, if we're going by the new numerical system, I believe Resistance 2 would be the next one we're going to talk about. Unless, I have been known to not count correctly. That is for sure. But, I hope that we are talking about Resistance 2 because I believe this is your favorite of the franchise. Isn't that correct, Liam?
It is a favorite. It's between Fall of Man and Resistance 2. I love those two a lot. Resistance 2 does have its flaws, but I like it. I like it a lot. It has some character to it. But yes, next after Fall of Man came out, it was succeeded by Resistance 2 2 years later in 2008. Chronologically, the next game would be Resistance Retribution, but that came out in 2009. So the next game we're talking about is Resistance 2. And I guess if you want to do it like this, we can cover Resistance 3 after and then focus on the portable spin offs right after that.
That sounds perfect. So let's get into the meat and potatoes. Uh, let's talk a little bit about the story of Resistance 2 and how it continues on from the ending of Resistance Fall of Man. I believe the ending of Fall of Man was where Nathan Hale was who had miraculously survived the destruction of the London Tower and then was picked up by at the time we only knew that they were black ops units in their VTOL, but would later to come to find out that these were men or guys part of a group called Serpa, um, and would obviously pick up Hale. And the beginning of Resistance 2 starts off with Hale being more or less tranquilized forcefully by these units, and they're like, "Listen, Sergeant, it's just a sedative." And then we get to meet our very first character of the series, uh, uh, Richard Blake. Yeah. Uh, so Liam, I want to hear your opinion. What compared to Fall of Man's story, how do you feel about Resistance 2's story in comparison?
It's it's quite the departure from the way that Fall of Man's story was told, particularly in like the cutscenes, where we had a documentary style way of telling the story in between levels, narrated by Cornelia Hayes O'Hurley as Rachel Parker. This one's different. Resistance 2 went for a more cinematic angle, which we'll see continued in Resistance 3. It and I can understand why they went with this change, where the story is no longer set in Britain. Characters like Rachel Parker and Stephen Cartwright are nowhere to be seen. We are now focused solely on the American front of the war now that the Chimera have come to North America. And,
They have come indeed to America.
yep. And now we're focused on the Americans. We're focused on Serpa,
Focus.
and we have returned as Nathan Hale. and we get to see a wonderful cast of characters that have no character to them at all, or at least some of them. some
At least specifically Hawthorne, my poor boy
Our poor
Hawthorne.
boy Hawthorne. So yeah, ladies and gentlemen, as I said, we return as Nathan Hale, but we are sometimes, most of the time, joined by some companions. We have Echo Team, where we're joined by Sergeant uh, Benjamin
Warner.
Warner. Sergeant Benjamin Warner, he's second in command of the group, while Hale has been ranked up to lieutenant. Previously, he was a
Yes.
sergeant. Then he did some acts in North America under Serpa. And if you
Mm-hmm.
go through the series chronologically, it would be the book Resistance Gathering Storm. Not right after. It would be Fall of Man, The Burning Skies, then Resist. No, it would be Fall of
No, no,
Man.
no. I think it
No, hold on.
are.
It would be
Oh yeah,
Fall
sorry.
of Man, Burning Skies, Retribution, Resistance the Gathering Storm, Resistance
Mhm.
2, Resistance A Hole in the Sky, and then Resistance 3. There are also the comics, which is set before Fall of Man, I'm pretty sure.
Yes. Yeah, except one very like obscure comic that was through I think unlocking in the co-op missions of Resistance 2, I believe. Because there
Issue
was like a small. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Issue 0 was a bonus on the. It was part of the bonus disc for the collector's edition of Resistance 2, and that would be later packaged in the quote unquote omnibus of the comics.
I see.
And then there's
Gotcha.
the main comic series, and then there's the James Grayson Retribution prequel comic.
Yes. Um.
Yeah, which we'll talk more
Yeah.
in part three, where we have a guest on. One of our good friends will come on and talk with us about the books and comics in part three.
Indeed. Indeed. Indeed.
But yeah,
Uh.
during that time, Hale ranked up to lieutenant and quickly became an officer somehow. But yeah, he's now a lieutenant.
Right. I also would like to add that Resistance 2 is very much a product of its time. We had a lot of like this was like I would say during the peak of like FPSs and Call of Duty Shooter Man era, as we like to call it from time to time. And you can see those a lot of those mechanics from that time and type of story from that time from those like types of games kind of influence how Resistance 2 was structured. And we'll get a little bit more into that when we talk about the mechanic sides of the game or the gameplay for the game later in this episode. Um, but just keep that in mind. It is very much I like to we like to believe that this is very much a product of its time
Mm-hmm.
during the FPS hype or height of the SPS generation.
Yeah. Continuing with characters, we also have specialist Aaron Hawthorne. He's our short, chunky man. Doesn't really do a lot except get torn in half by Daedalus.
Yeah.
And then we have uh, Corporal Joseph Capelli. This wasn't his first introduction. It was in the
Mm-hmm.
Project Abraham ARG, but he is here. He was one of the survivors, along with Hawthorne and Warner, who weren't in the ARG, but they were still part of Project Abraham. And
Mm-hmm.
if you've played the Resistance games, you know that Capelli becomes the uh, duetter agonist of the franchise because he becomes the protagonist of Resistance 3 and Resistance A Hole in the Sky.
Right. Um, I'll give you my opinion on the. I guess we can move into kind of like since we kind of give you a little bit of an overview of the story, a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Opinions on the story. I suppose I can go first on my opinions of the story. Um, I think it goes a long way to very much give character to Hale, where we basically got only very sparse lines from Nathan Hale from the very first game, which I something I very enjoy about this story. But I also enjoy um, how this story kind of greater goes into greater detail of just like what's it like on the American front, and like how just kind of more or less screwed humanity is with the might of Chimera. Like you are on the side of like the Serpa, which is supposed to be the most advanced fighting force, I would say, to combat the Chimera, or at least the strongest enemy the Chimera has to face. I would think, because like they've had time to research and develop weapons against the Chimera, right? But even then, you're more a lot of the time you're just getting their asses handed to them, which is kind of crazy to think about, like, and how really truly powerful the Chimera are. And like in the very first, well, technically second mission, I guess it would be like, which is set in San Francisco, you truly get to see the might of the Chimeran army. We get to see the fruition of what we've only read in documents from or intel documents from in-game pickups, that the Chimeran fleet is here. And it was honestly still gives me chills thinking about it, just surfacing from the Serpa base in the second mission to witness the grandeur of the might of the Chimeran fleet. It's quite an impressive sight. If you've never played, if for some reason this is your very first foray into Resistance, play the game. Play the game before you even listen to this podcast, because like
Hmm.
it's crazy to me.
Yeah,
Um,
and if you don't have a PS3, it's gonna be a little hard. But if you have a
yeah,
PS4 or PS5, they have it on streaming through PlayStation
Framing.
Now.
My
Oh
favorite.
boy, my favorite. That's just great. I always wanted to play Resistance Fall of Man with lag.
Oh man, it reminds me of my days trying to play Resistance 3 on streaming, because Resistance 3 has been on PS Now, or the PS streaming service, since I think its inception, more or
Yeah, I'm
less.
pretty sure. And
Long,
it was. I think it's still awful.
it's still awful. It's like if you like have okay internet, it's not going to be a great experience. You have to have like fiber optic cables running directly into your home for any like chance of actually getting like it, and like getting the experience that you can get on just finding a PlayStation 3. Playing on the PlayStation 3.
You need to be
So, but
you need to be Elon Musk to play this game.
exactly. You have to have you have to have an entire satellite array in space, and also have a Tesla car pre-built into your home, and a Cybertruck parked in your front lawn. Uh, just for a single chance at least 5 seconds worth of proper gameplay without it lagging. Okay. Anyway, back on to the topic
Yeah, the
of
story.
the story. The story. So gather round, children, gather round. Um, I very much enjoyed kind of getting to, because like this is really, if you're playing this chronologically, you really get to understand just like the link. Like you get to, it's more uncovered of like what Hale kind of went through when he during the Project Abraham, through dialogue, through Malakoff, which Malakoff. Well, when we get to the specific characters in this game, Malakoff, I'll talk more about Malakoff. But hearing stories and talks through Malakoff and info pickups, you get to understand about like exactly what is needed and was done to these survivors of Project Abraham, and what it takes to maintain them as a relatively efficient fighting force against the Chimera. Which even then, it's kind of like up against the Chimeran might. A lot of these Project Abraham survivors, even against the Chimera, still only pale in comparison to what the danger of the Chimeran force is, you know. Um, but I very much enjoy just kind of like I said earlier, I like seeing the American up front. I like seeing the how just bad it is, you know, of like it's like this is probably like the last real bastion of humanity that's still living a relatively normal life in this universe, in this world, and then it all just comes crashing down when the massive fleet of the Chimeran army arrives. And we're playing, I think, 3 or 2 years after the first game, the events of the first game. Is that correct?
We are about, as we start in May. Well, we don't. The second mission starts in May of 1953, and Fall of Man was July of 1951. So close to 2 years after.
Right. The By the way, the point that we made like in the last game of like, ah man, this game only takes a place at about 4 days, like begins and ends in about 4 days, right? No, they actually have like a more realistic timeline with this game, just a little bit.
It's kind of the
Because
same thing up until Hale gets put into a coma, and then like a handful of weeks pass by.
this is true. Listen, if that listen, I'll be that one sports fan who's just watching. Listen, if he never got that concussion, he would have won. We would gone to the Super Bowl. You know, we would have won that thing. But no, they had to throw out a flag and everything.
Maybe if Warner didn't go it alone, maybe we could have ended the war there in Holler, Iceland. But oh no, his ass gotta go in
Oh
there.
no!
Think he can take on
Oh
Daedalus
just
alone?
just because he probably witnessed his wife and kid getting turned into Grims, you know, oh, that just set him off to go on a soldier's adventure, just like Hale did earlier in the previous game. Oh Lord.
Just because he watched his best friend get torn in half.
um, but that's kind of like my key real moments of enjoyment of the story out of this game. Do you? I can't think of honestly many off the top of my head gripes with this story. Do you have any type of gripes with this story at all that you can think of off the top of your head, or do you think
I
it's all
think
just relatively good?
I think there's something that the documentary style cutscenes of Fall of Man did that Resistance 2 kind of falters at. Fall of Man,
Mhm.
with it also being the first game in a franchise, which I think Insomniac at the time was really banking on it being a franchise and just wanted to see how well they could do with an FPS. There's
Mhm.
plenty of exposition in the game to try to explain the Chimera types. And with hindsight in mind, we know that Parker lives, and if the cutscenes are anything to go by, especially the documentary um, cutscene portions, you know, this is her from the future explaining everything. They've done a ton of research on the Chimera. And basically, what I'm saying is that game has the upper hand when it comes to exposition and telling us all about the Chimera and having Parker's firsthand experience, not only fighting them, but also living on and doing the documentary. With Resistance
Right.
2, the story isn't structured like that. And where it falters is that there you no longer have these parts of exposition, and the only things that help you understand what's happening in the world now is through conversations between Hale and Echo Team, whatever the cutscenes might give you, and then in intelligence documents that you pick up through the game.
Right.
Because if you miss out on all that, you're not really gonna know what like happened between the two games, and even then
Right.
it still doesn't fully explain everything, which is why there's the
Mhm.
book and Retribution. Because if you don't play Retribution, which came out after, you ought to know that the Chimera were building their whole fleet in France and then later sent
Yep.
that shit out uh,
Yep.
years down the line to go and attack North America. And
Yep.
just to pile on top of it, if you didn't play Burning Skies, which came out after Resistance 3, you want to know how the Chimera actually started their attack on friggin' the United States.
North. Yeah. There is a. I do agree with that. That there is a lot left out that is left up to alternative media to fill in the blanks, which they do a great job in, right?
Yeah,
But
especially the book.
in hot, especially the book. The book that is one of the highlights, and eventually when we get to that, we'll talk more in depth about that. But just as like a little pin in it, one of the best things about that book is that it adds so much depth and context to characters as well as just general situation and of North America of the North American invasion and just what everybody's witnessing. So yes,
Yeah,
I agree that like how the game is set up. It's events. It's all about the events that are happening right there, right then, and don't really, other than intel documents, expand on the greater scene that's happening in North America. So yes, I agree with that statement.
yeah. It's a very, like you said, it's very in the moment. Everything is off to the side. And not gonna lie, thinking about it more, you don't really need to play Burning Skies to get more of an idea because the Gathering Storm also does a pretty good job of being like, here's some of the events that happened. This is how North America got attacked, da da da, and here's where the
Right.
story is at now, during the time of the book.
Yes, I think that Burning Sky is more of just like the main story that's kind of trying to tell is kind of trying to like cover the more darker side of the operations that were going on, like
Yeah,
the dirty laundry of Serpa, to get to the point of where they're at and like the technology that they use to fight off the Chimera, or what stakes they're going to go to try and defeat the enemy, right?
yeah,
Um,
and also just
yeah,
like on the ground from the viewpoint of a capable civilian on the first day that the Chimera attacked the U.S.
yeah.
Yeah, well,
Uh,
we'll get there. We'll get to Burning
well,
Skies.
we'll get there when we get there. God damn it. Um,
But
any. Oh, sorry. You go ahead.
yeah, the narrative of Resistance 2, like you said, very in the moment, follows along its own thing, makes certain references where they can, but it's not really a lot of time. No time to talk, just a lot of action,
Right.
which we'll get there when we talk about the levels because yeah, I got some opinions on the levels and how they sort of interact with the structure of the story and how a lot of them have like big bulky action set pieces. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Any other final thoughts before we move on?
When it comes to the story itself, it's not a bad story. It's a
Mm-hmm.
it's a race against time kind of story. And
Right.
one by one, no matter what you do, it always seems like the Chimera have a leg up. Like at one
Mm-hmm.
point, well, you see in the second level, the whole fleet's there just bombarding all of San Francisco.
Right.
Then you fly off to Auric to try and take down a Chimeran battleship, which you do. But then you crash land
Mm-hmm.
in Twin Falls, and all of the gun towers of the Liberty Defense perimeter are offline because the Chimera sent a preemptive
Spire attack.
Spire attack, which released all the spinners, and they cocoon everybody, turn them into shit asses.
Hit the.
And while you're going about it, at one point during the level, you see that the whole fleet is coming in, and they've already deployed some of the big guns, like the Titans and even the Mother
Yep.
Spinner, to try and impede you. And once
Mm-hmm.
you get the gun towers back online, you take out most of the fleet, but one ship gets through, and guess whose ship that is? Daedalus's ship. And where's he going?
Ah,
To one of the towers that's in Bryce Canyon.
yes. How plot convenient that happened, is it? Right?
the superior flagship of the Chimera that has its leader on it got past the gun towers at fucking the LDP.
By the way, the only thing that makes his ship any superior compared to the rest is it has just extra long bits
It's got extra long
on,
bits, and
on it.
it's got a red engine. It's red.
It has.
It's
Listen, red makes it
evil.
go. It makes it evil, but also red make it go faster.
Red make go faster.
Literally, he just has a bunch of. Daedalus hired just a bunch of fucking brain boy orcs
Yeah, I know
to
it's a
work
brain
on his ship.
I believe it. I believe it. I wouldn't.
All right, boss. You think it's good enough? I don't know. How does it go? It's red. It go fast.
It go fast. I
It go
wouldn't.
fast.
I wouldn't.
Yay.
I wouldn't not believe that one of the developers was a Warhammer fan.
Mm,
And I'm gonna be
I
honest.
mean,
We've talked about it before, and we didn't mention in the first episode, but when it came to the development of Fall of Man, there were a lot of ideas thrown around. I like at one point it wasn't even about aliens. It was like a diesel punk World War I set in space. It was like one of
yeah,
the first
yeah,
ideas. And then they're like, why don't we do aliens? And then they wanted to do the
yeah,
reptilian aliens. Now,
yeah,
the official story I think is that Sony came in and was like, no, we don't want to do reptilian aliens. Go for something more original. That's a bit too cliche, which is fair. But the other part
yeah,
is when they were coming up with the reptilians, they also shifted towards setting it in like an alternate World War II. But there were a lot of World
yeah,
War II shooters at the time. You had Call of Duty and Medal of Honor. So,
yeah.
but I have a theory that one of the guys on the development team, like on the writers team, was probably reading Harry Turtledove's World War series. Now, if you don't know,
Uh,
now audience, if you don't know who Harry Turtledove is, he's an author behind Alternate History. He's written Guns of the South, the Southern Victory series, and a handful of other popular ones, but one of them is called the World War series. And the covers of these books are quite are quite something. Like one of them,
I don't. I almost feel like
Philip.
we can't even.
What were you saying?
Sorry, go ahead.
No, what were you
Oh,
saying?
I was just gonna say, I don't think we can even show these covers, like even in like give a reference image on the video, because it'll probably get us demonetized or taken down. Just FYI. I also tried to give these books away.
Yeah,
I
I was
happen to
about to
be
say you
given.
have a story with one of them. I think it was like the
Yeah,
third book that has this
I think it
particular
was.
cover.
Yeah. So just for reference, this particular cover has Stalin, Hitler, and is it Mao Zedong?
It's
Is
got
that his
Mao on
name?
it too, with a nuclear
Yeah,
bomb
Mao.
going off in the back.
Yeah, just like this is like some crazy ass like fanfic cover, but this is an official book. And I was like, I was gifted this book, right? Never really read it, and like I was like, well, I'm just gonna go donate it to like Goodwill or not Goodwill, a a thrift bookstore, right? They wouldn't take it. I was like, what? It's perfectly fine. Yeah, like, well, we don't want the cover in this book. I was like, yeah, that's probably good. So it's just kind of in a storage box, waiting to just be regifted to somebody and just pass it on.
You
You know,
could
it's
you could
it,
actually just give it to me because I got like no because I got like Turtledove's whole Southern Victory series. I would not mind having that.
yeah, okay, I gotcha.
There's a book cover later on in that series where it has like Liz and I were talking about this series not too long ago, but it has MLK Jr.
uh,
What that one? I don't remember his name, but he was like the leader of the Islamic Republic of Iran. He was very controversial.
oh,
Uh, and some other guy, and I'm like, what the fuck? Why is MLK and this dude on the same cover? And why is there a spaceship?
literally,
So,
it's that meme. It's that meme where it's just like, yeah, I have some crazy dreams. The dreams I have that.
so just to fill the blanks to explain to people, the World War series is essentially it's World War II, but these lizard aliens called the Race invade Earth, and it's basically become a united front against the aliens. But
Uh,
there are some nations that fall quicker than others, like the United States. I'm pretty sure surrenders to the Race at some point. There's even like an artist rendition of like FDR meeting the leader. But the Nazis actually hold out to like the 60s or something. But
Interesting. Very, very riveting story.
for like later on in the series, the Race hold like one third of the Earth, or like the majority of Africa, and this is fucking stupid. The Race's weakness happens to be a ginger.
What? That's
And yeah, they
damn.
get like a ginger yeast infection and it spreads like wildfire. And it makes the females want to mate outside of their mating cycle and also get attracted to humans.
Oh no, this is somebody's gross ass like fanfic,
This
but
is
in
this is Harry
actual public.
Turtledove's fanfic.
Yeah, I guess so. Oh
Yeah. So,
well, we can't say anything because old William Dietz has his own little fetishes and
oh,
stuff
we'll
like
get
that.
there.
So
We'll
we'll
get
we'll
there.
get to the decenting as we like to call it.
So, other than the similarity of it's set, the first handful of books are set in World War II. A reptilian alien race invades, and then there's this united front. There's this big resistance against them. I have a theory that someone was reading it and was like, hey, wait a minute. This has already been done, and it's kind of popular for a book series. Maybe we shouldn't do that and push it to the 50s, which they did.
Yeah.
So, in the event that we talk to Ted Price or any other writers, I'm gonna ask that. I'm gonna be like, were any of y'all reading fucking Harry Turtledove when writing this? But yeah,
Oh god.
Resistance 2, yeah. I think like after the Bryce Canyon mission, it's like now he's headed to Chicago and try to activate that town. No, they're like he's heading to Iceland. Well, they didn't know that, but
Yeah.
they're
Let's
like
go to the
the
Chicago
yeah,
Tower and
he's
turn
like
this
the
shit off.
next probable target is the Chicago Tower, so let's go shut it off. So they yoink Dr. Malikoff. They go to Chicago. They shut down the tower, but then from Iceland, Daedalus is like a troll and turns the tower back on, and they can't turn it off again. So now they have to go to Iceland. Hale's looking a little bleh. They infiltrate the tower, and then Daedalus is like, nah, I don't think so. Rips Hawthorne in half, stabs Warner, stabs Hale. Capelli's alive, and then
Capelli was a smart one.
months go by. Much of the U.S. falls to Chimera. The only thing left is the Baton Rouge protection camp, and now they're in the bayou, and they're like, now we gotta fly up to Daedalus's flagship because the towers are shooting all this energy into into the fucking ship. Now we gotta blow up the ship with this hydrogen bomb,
Yep.
and then they do that, and then Hale and Capelli survive. They crash land, and then Capelli shoots Hale in the head because he fully turned into a chimera.
Yes. And
And
by the way, oh, go ahead.
yeah, we've left a lot out, but that's basically the story simplified. It's literally a goose chase story that ends with severe repercussions and
Yep.
retcons from
Yep.
Resistance
That's
3.
that's what I was about to bring up is that the ending of Resistance 2 story is retconned, but we'll get onto that topic once when we
Well,
talked
we can
about
talk
like
about it
was
now. I don't mind actually talking about it now.
okay, since we're covering the story. So basically everybody knows that once like the fusion is it fission or fusion?
Oh, it was a fission bomb. My mistake. It
Fission
wasn't a hydrogen. It's a fission bomb.
the fission bomb goes off. Basically, that causes a chain reaction to open up the wormhole, uh, which, or well, we figure out what. Well, actually, we don't even get to really figure out in the ending of the story of like, oh, we're now in a different. Just there's new worlds, planets in our sky, right?
Yeah,
It's kind of
this is the weird
it,
part.
it's right. It's like we know that the towers are like the key to the ultimate victory, and it's even speculated by Malakoff and I think some of the intel documents that like the true Chimeran victory is somehow correlated with the activation of the towers. But Malakoff, who by the way is the foremost expert on Chimera, like ideology, biology, the whole works,
Language,
right?
culture.
Language, right? And even speculates on like a precursor race that drove the Chimera from Earth originally.
Mm-hmm.
It's where we first getting a couple hints of that. Um, and basically at the end of the game, right, we see that there's a whole new sky out there. It's like there's this planet, this like unknown planet right in our
Yeah,
skies,
this
right? And
this
hail,
this destroyed red planet that we are to
right?
assume is the Chimera's homeworld.
Because hail is like, can you hear them? They are beautiful, or
They're
it is
calling
beautiful,
to
right?
us.
They're
It's
calling to us,
beautiful.
which hints to us that that must be the home world of the Chimera, and thus it is left to us to figure out that the Earth has been we've been
Yeah,
transported or teleported
transported. Mm.
to the solar system or orbit within orbit of the Chimeran homeworld for the ultimate like true ultimate invasion of the pure Chimera, which we did get to see skeletal remains of the Chimera,
Yeah.
or pure
However,
Chimera.
however,
How
this is
yes.
my half of the topic. However, Resistance 3 throws that away, and instead of the Earth being transported to the Chimera's homeworld, instead the Earth is still right where it is,
Mm-hmm.
and there's this chain reaction that was caused by the explosion that went through the Chimera Tower network, activated the Chimeran Tower in New York, and it opened a wormhole to the homeworld.
Mm-hmm.
So Resistance 3 retcons this really cool thing for that.
Right. And basically it makes it kind of like, which this concept, by the way, that I'm about to talk about was already kind of been there since Resistance Fall of Man. Like the towers naturally cool the earth, right? Through whatever process,
Mm-hmm.
which is basically more or less terraforming the earth so it makes it more inhabitable for the Chimeran biology because they have a very high metabolism, which makes their body basically overheat, or have a higher temperature without proper conditioning will make them overheat and die from basically more or less heat stroke. Um, and so basically the network, every other tower, I guess, in the system is besides the New York one, which is the one that opens up the wormhole, more or less is just a giant cooling terraforming apparatus spread out network across the or not the United States, but the world.
Mm-hmm.
And the New York Tower specifically is the magnum opus for the Chimeran army that opens up a singular wormhole, may I say, and makes it the only wormhole that I can imagine to make a wormhole. But anyway, we'll get more on that when we get to
Yeah,
Resistance story and whatnot.
yeah. My other gripe with it is that I just remembered in not the prologue cutscene, but the opening cutscene for when you start Resistance 3, it does show in its recreation of when Capelli shoots Hale, it does
Mm-hmm.
show in the back the broken up Chimeran homeworld and its moon,
Mm-hmm.
which which enabled me to create a theory many years ago that Hale at the end of Resistance 2, Hale absorbed Daedalus's powers, and because of how far along he was in the process of turning into a chimera, and that because he has the pure chimera virus inside of him, he was more than likely going to become the pure chimera angel type creature Daedalus was. He also has
Mm-hmm.
quite the connection to the chimera hive mind at this point, and could probably commune with the pure Chimera on the home world like Daedalus did.
Mhm.
So, and my theory was that not Capelli, Hale at this point was so powerful and connected to the hive mind and the virus that he was able to project some kind of a vision into Capelli's mind that
Mm,
showed the home world. So while
gotcha.
I do believe that the original plot point was that Earth got teleported to the Chimera home world, with this retcon to Resistance 3, I think it's now become something different. And whether it
Right.
was Capelli, not Capelli, Hale showing an image to Capelli through the virus, and then
Hmm.
Capelli severing that link by shooting him in the head. It's still up in the air.
Right.
That's something to ask like writer T.J. Fixman because he wrote for both games, and something to ask Ted as well, and director Marcus Smith of Resistance 3.
Right. Okay. Kind of wrapping up the story and moving on. Let's talk a little bit about the characters because we have a much wider cast of characters than we did with
Mm.
Resistance Fall of Man. Um, we have director Richard Blake, who is the head of,
Of
or
He is
not head,
he is the director of advanced tactical ops at Serpa.
right. We have Dr. Malakoff, who is a very, very important key character that we only really got really. I don't think his name was ever said in Resistance Fall of Man, but
He got
he was
yeah
alluded to.
he got alluded to in one of the intel documents on the Cloven.
Right. Then we have our Echo team. We have Hale, of course, Lieutenant Nathan Hale, obviously, as you play as the protagonist you play in the game. You have Sergeant Benjamin Hawthorne, or not Hawthorne, Warner, Corporal Joseph Capelli, and Specialist
Aaron
what's
Hawthorne.
Aaron Hawthorne. Let me see
You
if
got a
is there
dude.
anybody
You
I'm
got a dude with glasses.
got a dude with glasses who we have when we get to the books eventually we'll talk about him.
Because we think it's this one character.
Right. That's you got to come for episode 3 to figure out who that might be.
Oh.
Uh oh. uh you have random scientist 1 and 2. Uh you have also generic Serpa soldier, and you
you got
have Daedalus, obviously,
you
who
got
is
Daedalus.
you got Daedalus, who is basically the vocal mouthpiece of the Chimeran army. But like, obviously, that's just a very, very generic, funny statement. He is actually a much more complex character than just that.
Mm.
But we have a much wider cast of characters this time around, which are, I think, for the most part, other than maybe one or two people who just kind of are there. Well, more just one person who's just kind of there.
Hawthorne.
uh, Hawthorne. What the hell was that? But yeah, we
Elicits no emotion
no
whatsoever.
in the arms
So
of an angel.
I could
A
use
silent.
somebody. I was looking around. I love how I love how fucking Warner gets more character time than he does. Hawthorne doesn't get shit. I know we talked about it in the last episode, but Hawthorne doesn't get shit, dude.
Yeah, Hawthorne don't get
He
shit.
gets mentioned in a book. Warner
Yep,
gets to like be in the comics with Capelli. Capelli gets a whole book to himself, and then
yep,
then Hale gets 2 games and a book, and is
yep,
featured in one of the comics.
yep. So,
Hawthorne
oh,
doesn't get shit.
and Campelli and Hale also get an ARG.
That is true. They get to be in the fucking ARG. Hawthorne gets nothing.
Yeah, he's just there because obviously they needed a well-rounded team of a guy who has a
A guy who is
Fucking
well-rounded,
Ross.
you could say.
He he literally has a Rossmore. Well, I mean, you got fucking Malikov who has a Rossmore
He's
shotgun,
he's
but
got a
like
shotgun and grenades on his torso, fully exposed to the enemy. You can get shot once and blow up.
yeah. Uh,
Dude was like, "Kill me! I demand you to kill me! Shoot me right in
dude,
the chest! I dare
dude,
you!"
dude, he's just like fucking a lethal object for the entire team because one auger round will fucking cook off all of those fucking grenade bandolier he's wearing, and he's killing his. He's literally team wiping
Dude's a
with that thing.
walking bomb. My God.
Uh, anyway, back on the topic. Let's talk first about our protagonist, which you know we've had him for one game. Why not? Let's have him for a second game, right?
Mm-hmm.
Hale is in this game has a lot more character than he did in the first game. Like this is really where you get to kind of see the emotion.
Uh,
Well, I wouldn't even say emotion for
well,
Hale. Like
in the games, particularly, like the book does a way better job at doing it, but
yeah,
in the games only, yeah, this is kind of Hale's time to shine as an actual character. We don't,
yeah, because
yeah.
you get to hear him have a lot more conversations, even like deny like actual giving personality traits like he like disobeys orders sometimes or sometimes to get the job done what he thinks is right or will like his actions aren't well explained in this game. You get a better explanation behind why he does some of these things in this game from the Gathering Storm book, which again we'll get to that. So it can be a little off-putting to be like, why did he just disobey orders when he could have obviously gone and got his like or not inoculation, um
His inhibitor treatment.
inhibitor inhibitor treatment and just avoided all of this, right? But it's there's more reasoning behind it than just fuck it, we ball, to go save Malikov. Um, but like you get a lot of interesting character interaction. Like he loves to choke Capelli. Like I think he's kinky like that. I'm not gonna lie. But you get to see a lot more emotion from Hale and a lot more character development, which is very much needed because I don't think this game would have been the same if he just is silent protagonist, even when like his teammates have to be his voice, right? He
Mm-hmm.
just does. He is literally army man. Um, so that was a very much needed improvement, I think, for his character, and
Yeah.
very much enjoyed. And then at the end of the game, he just has like stage 4 cancer, basically, going through chemo. That's what kind of looks like. And then he makes the ultimate sacrifice, right? Well, I would say he makes the ultimate sacrifice because he kind of did it to himself without taking the inhibitor treatment, but like he does what he needs to do to finish the job or what he thinks will ultimately save humanity. Well, what do you think about actually, do you want me to just kind of give you like all of what I think about all the
we'll
characters
we'll go
first and
by
then let you
one
go?
each of us. But I'll
Uh,
give my opinions on
okay.
Hale, and then we'll both, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Hale gets an upgrade in the character department. He's gone from a sergeant to a lieutenant, so he holds a leadership role. So talking is a given. It's a given now that he's in a leadership role. And he's quite coveted among Serpa because unbeknownst to him, he still doesn't know until Malikov just kind of tells him later that the pure chimera DNA in his body, along with the virus, is really fucking him up. We do have hints that there's something more going on, that Hale is more of a special guy, and if you didn't play the ARG beforehand, you might not know that much, but at least the game later on tells you. Like at the beginning of the second mission for Resistance 2, Hale's under like a controlled coma, like in a controlled stasis, while they're operating on him and giving him his new inhibitors, and they're talking about how the inhibitors haven't really been able to actually help Hale. Maybe only a little bit, but the virus and the DNA is rapidly converting him over to a chimera. And
Mm-hmm.
right now, the Sentinels, as they're called, the group of Serpa soldiers who have been infected with the Chimera virus, are all on like at the point of Resistance 2, they're on stage 7 inhibitors, and right now, stage 8 inhibitors are kind of the newest thing that was primarily developed for Hale.
Mm-hmm.
So it's very important that Hale gets his inhibitors, despite knowing that they're not really having that much of an effect on him.
Right. It's more or less slowing down the inevitable fate that Hale will
Yeah.
experience.
And there's even this little, like, one off line until it's explained a little later that the doctors fear that if they mess up the inhibitors or if the virus continues rapidly exceeding at its current pace, that he might end up like Jordan Shepard, which we learn from Malakoff and through intel documents in Resistance 2. The Jordan Shepard was another test subject of Project Abraham, who was one of two, including Hale, to get inoculated with the pure chimera DNA. And if you had the collector's edition at the time, you were able to read his origin comic written by the one, the only Dan Abnett.
And Abnett.
And that kind of gives you Daedalus's backstory, shows the effects of the pure chimera DNA on him, because when he was a young man, he tried to run away from his abusive father out in the bayous of Florida, and he ran into a was it like a radioactive waste
Uh, yeah, a
site,
waste dump of some kind.
waste dump, and it had an effect on him, but it didn't kill him, but it made him immunocompromised, and he
Mm-hmm.
lied about it to Serpa, and the immunocompromisation mixed with the pure chimera DNA strand that they gave him, not really good. Didn't have any good results at all.
No, it turned him into the horrific creature that you see him now in Resistance 2.
Yeah. So it's explained in the intel documents that Daedalus started to become capable of psychokinetically or telekinetically communing or communicating with the other test subjects who had the virus inside them, that he was
Mm-hmm.
capable of other telekinetic abilities like making objects float. And as Shepard transformed into Daedalus, the pure chimera angel looking creature that he became in Resistance 2, he was also capable of making himself float and
Yep.
doing a bunch of other things. And the only person that he would really talk to and give answers to was Dr. Malakoff. And it was revealed in these conversations that he's also been able to commune with the pure chimera, and that he's been having visions of a potential future.
And these conversations were like really pieced together too, because like I think it's more described in the books rather than
It's not described
uh
in the books. It's only in the intel documents.
oh, it's in the intel documents. Okay, well it basically the like in the interviews with Malakoff, he said that like Daedalus, like some of these like things came through like between long stints of rambling or it like
Mm-hmm.
un yeah, just like become basically phrases more or less rather
Yeah,
and maybe not straight answers.
yeah. I think it's described in the Gathering Storm book that while Daedalus is still capable of speaking English, or as he calls it, meat speech, he much rather preferred speaking the Chimera's language, because it also takes a lot of brain energy to speak English now for him. So it's like,
Mm-hmm.
I might as well just speak the garbled backwards German that the Chimera speak. Yeah, fun fact: in a Resistance 2, the Chimeran language is just the German translations but backwards.
That's funny.
Like how the Sangheli language in Halo was just Sergeant Johnson's lines but deepened and reversed.
Yeah.
What? It's just go, go, go!
Go, go, go.
Pozzoli.
What?
Ah, oh, yeah, and I found that out through our good old friend Overlord, who we talked about in the last episode.
That's crazy. Um,
So yeah,
yeah.
Daedalus is among the cast besides Malakoff. Probably the only other interesting character in the franchise, if we're being honest.
He,
Aside from Hale and all the other expanded media, but yeah.
yeah, basically, like, I don't know if this would be correct to say, but like, Daedalus is very much the what would you call him a foil to Hale, or like what
Like
he like a reflection of what he could
like
be like
like
Hale could become?
like the antithesis to Hale?
Yes.
I would think so. Because both had some interesting beginnings. And both became soldiers,
Yeah.
and they were both put under the same thing. And with Hale, it's like if he doesn't do his duty, he is making sacrifices that could put him on the path of becoming Daedalus.
Mhm.
But I think there's something at play in Hale's mind where every time he thinks about Daedalus, because before Resistance 2, he had encountered him before in the book, face to face,
Mhm.
and Daedalus is kind of a reminder to Hale of, like, I could become that, and that I
Mhm.
need to be careful, and we need to win this war. And Malikov needs to hurry his ass up on making a new vaccine, because the last time he tried to make a vaccine, it made the fucking Cloven. And we'll get to the Cloven with Retribution. But, yeah, he is kind of the antithesis to Hale. It's a neat way of looking at it.
Yeah. Um, and even though we don't like really get to see Daedalus too much throughout the story, like he does come in very key moments of the story, and he's very and like the things that he says are very interesting. Um,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, I don't have much else to say
Yeah,
on Daedalus, but I'll probably have more to talk about with him when we get to the Gathering Storm. I will
yeah.
say.
He says some very thought provoking things, especially in the final boss where you fight him,
Yeah.
and he's talking about like the thing that you're trying to prevent him will have more consequences than you think,
Uh,
because from the sound of it, it's like Earth is more of the stepping stone for the pure Chimera to launch another war against like an ancient enemy that Malikov
mhm.
makes a theory about in Resistance 3, because in Resistance 3 you get to collect, instead of intel documents, you collect journal entries from Malikov.
Yep. Yeah, and again, we'll get on to like the whole this other race that the Chimeran fought before humanity ever get came rose
Yeah,
to live on the Earth. But
actually, I'm rethinking about what he said, and because he says like if you knew what was coming, you would do anything to get to the other side. And considering that at the time of Resistance 2, it looked like Earth was transported to the homeworld. There's been some theories that Daedalus was also racing to transport Earth to the homeworld so that the forces that he had on Earth could help the pure Chimera forces against whatever threat there was at the time. And
I
then once
see.
when we see the destroyed homeworld of the Chimera, we realize that it was already too late for Daedalus.
Interesting. That's actually very interesting.
Yeah.
Um, so we talked a little bit about Malakoff. What like can you so Malakoff is actually a very he's been basically there for almost like basically day one of the Chimera invasion, more or less.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, so Dr. Malakoff, he is our resident foremost expert on the Chimeran virus and the Chimeran force that is plaguing the Earth. Uh, he has a quite a vast history in the Resistance series, even though he was only ever kind of talked about a little bit or alluded to in Resistance Fall of Man. But this person right here actually plays a very vast role in the games as like as I said earlier, he's been basically day one since also since the beginning of the Chimera invasion. He is a Russian scientist that worked with Russia uh, to study the Chimeran virus and find a way to inoculate its population against, or at least its soldiers against the Chimeran force. Which, in a way, he was successful, but it very much backfired pretty quickly. Um, Dr. Malakoff basically created this through the research of the Chimeran virus,
And
inoculated
it's
the
somehow
remaining
somehow pure chimera DNA too. Somehow.
some somehow this was so Malakoff somehow found pure Chimeran DNA and more or less what did he inject the pure Chimeran like or like I
No,
can't remember exactly.
I think he
Did
looked
it was it just like
he synthesized it. Oh, he like examined it, did whatever, and whatever he did with the pure chimera DNA, he made a vaccine out of it,
right?
which didn't work.
Uh, right, and he inoculated the remaining Russian army
And
of the time, which
yeah,
was what several thousand
it'd have been
that were
like
left remaining.
it'd have been like over 100,000 strong or whatever, and
Right,
I think like Russia's to like compare to World War I, Russia's like army was like 1 million men strong or something.
right,
It might have been more by this time period, might have been less, who knows, but just to let y'all know, 90% of the Imperial Russian army, like most of it, became cloven
yeah.
quickly.
And it at originally when they got inoculated, they actually were doing great against the Chimeran army. It was just the side effects of the being inoculated with that first cure would then turn them into basically like half human, half chimera creatures, beast men basically, who then turned on the remaining Russian population, which became known as was it the Angry Knight or the Red Knight?
Correct, the Angry Knight.
Uh
They call him the Angry Knight.
the Angry Knight, which basically was hordes of cloven ransacking like St. Petersburg and fucking large cities and drive and like basically killing the Russian population along with the Chimeran forces. Even though technically the Chimera sort of tolerate the Cloven, but the Cloven just kind of stay out of their way, you know.
Yeah.
But anyway, that's getting off topic.
So yeah,
Malik,
Malakoff made them, and I think it was like not long after it was discovered that most of the army was getting turned. He fled from Russia. Now there might be some contradictory information, but I think it really depends on how you interpret it. There's a line of Resistance 2 where Malakoff's joining you and Bryce Canyon and you're battling Chimera, and he's really efficient with a shotgun, and Hale kind of compliments him, and he's like, I have been fighting for many years in Karachev before the Americans liberated me. Now, some might interpret that as the Americans came and got him in Karachev, but if you look into the lore more, Malakoff ended up fleeing Russia from his own, then went to England, and then went to the US.
yeah, it's very it's never really confirmed on which way. It's just kind of up to our
Yeah, I have a feeling that the
I
Karachev fighting thing is still canon, and
right.
who knows the timeline of which the Americans eventually did get him, but I don't think they got him at Karachev. I think they got him long after he left Russia
Right.
because he was the founder of Serpa in like 1932 or 1937 or whichever year it was.
Right.
Yeah.
But anyway, after he would get liberated by the United States, he would be inducted into SERPA program and being the foremost expert on the Chimera research and well as development of weapons and whatnot
Yeah.
against the Chimera, as well as refining his, or trying to refine the still trying to find a cure for the Chimeran virus, which would lead him eventually to Project Abraham, which we all know as the inoculation of random, well, not random, but just a select group of soldiers in trying to build some type of resistance against the Chimeran virus, which Hale and Capelli and Warner would be survivors, and I guess, well, Hawthorne too, I suppose. Let me tell you guys, a lot of people would mutate and die from that project. Then finally, once Resistance 2 rolls around, we actually get to see him in game, in person, which he is just a balding Russian man still with his Russian fatigues on, which I find interesting, and he just adds a lot of commentary to what's up.
It's got a red star on it, which, as we discussed in the last
Yeah,
episode, Soviet Union doesn't exist. The Russian Empire is
doesn't
still
exist.
around. Yet there's even stuff with the Cloven and Retribution that suggests that they might have been revolutionaries or secretly revolutionaries.
Right.
I just
Because
I just think that some of the developers were confused on what the fuck was happening in Russia, despite it getting a lot of focus in the lore.
exactly. Yeah. And just overall, just with Malakoff, he's there for exposition. That's kind of like his main, other than just being an integral character to the entirety of like the history, or like the universe, or this world in this universe as itself.
Mm.
But I think he's definitely kind of has Rachel Parker's job a little bit as being the exposition talker, I guess you could say, in a way.
Yes. All right. We covered Hale, Daedalus, and Malakoff. You want to talk about
Yeah.
Capelli?
Yeah, let's talk about Capelli.
Because Capelli,
So,
uh, you go first.
uh, Capelli, he is the hothead of the team, Echo team specifically, right? Um, and that's what he's very much portrayed as just like the grr type
The
type character,
Grr.
the grr type character, right? He's always got a fucking a bone to pick with Hale's decisions, and is always ready to voice some issue. But it turns out he does it for a good reason because he cares. He hits me because he loves me.
Oh dear lord. I don't think he's like that, but sure.
No. He's
but
actually not like that. But
but yeah, he does care.
because it's revealed, like when we cover the comics again. When we get there, we'll get there.
Oh my god.
Uh,
Whoa, 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 whoa,
but
whoa.
um, but he very much the action. He actually originally was a sergeant, but because he disobeyed orders, and I think did he punched the shit out of his CEO, right,
I think so.
for trying.
Yeah.
It was some type of insubordination, but
Yeah, he got demoted for insubordination.
yeah, but basically he always thinks about his squad. He does this to make sure everyone gets home, right? He is the guy who will not leave a man behind. He does this with good intentions, but he's just always pissed off. But also I think it's partially because of the Chimeran virus that increased his aggression as well, unintentionally.
Mm-hmm.
But also confirmed, maybe not confirmed, but had a little bit of a light case of cannibalism in a conversion center when
Oh
when they
yeah, he went on a special mission in Poland, and then they got captured and put into a conversion center.
yeah, so
Uh,
not confirmed, but more than likely he ate his friends or
to
other people to
survive,
survive,
which
before
which
Serpa picked him up.
which is similar to another story that I just recently learned about. Do you know anything about, like, I don't know how long ago this was, but the story that a plane crashed and it was full of a sports team. I think it was uh,
I think I know
rug-
what you're talking about.
rugby, lacrosse. I don't remember, but this plane had a sports team. It crashed down, and they didn't have any food. and there was a bunch of dead bodies around, and
Yeah.
they do feel really bad about it, but at the same time, it's like, well, it sucks, but it's the only way we can survive. We have to eat the bodies,
Yeah.
which is more than likely what Capelli had to do.
Right.
Because he
Um.
ain't eating Chimera, that's for sure. And
Yeah.
it does have severe psychological effects on you, so I can only imagine, like, what kind of effects that event had on Capelli. Because it's never really brought up again, other than being, here's this little tidbit of lore for Capelli.
Well, I do think it is brought up in like because I think they something with every Serpa member they have a psychiatrist. Is it a
Yeah.
psychiatrist or is it a doctor that they see because of the psychological effects that
I think
the
it
inoculation?
Yeah, I think it's a doctor, and you might be right because there is an intel document, maybe one or two, about Capelli.
Yeah, well, basically because of that event being captured, he like they at least recommended some kind of psychological treatment um, because of it. Um, but anyway, continue with Capelli. He very much just like voices his distaste for Hale's more radical actions because I do believe that it comes from a place of genuine experience from COs or commanding officers doing things that risks the lives of or like causes unnecessary deaths. Whereas Hale is like, I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna defeat the Chimera, the great enemy, no matter the cost, even if it gives up my own life, right?
Mm-hmm.
Whereas Capelli's like, no, we're gonna find a way to do this in a way that doesn't cost everyone's lives and like any kind of like really radical, deadly action. You find Capelli very much just like swatting back at Hale's decisions, which, like I said, are very much a very dangerous suicide missions. But there are moments when Capelli is with Hale or as your companion, and they're relatively chill with each other, right? Like when it comes down to it, they'll get the job done and they'll act accordingly. But Capelli also very much makes it clear that he will end Hale's life if he is ever converted or like transforms or turns into like a chimera.
I'll be the one who pulls the
Um,
trigger. I won't
I'll be the one
hesitate.
that pulls that
Not even
trigger.
for a second.
Hesitates for a second. Capelli is a very is pretty just is just kind of like a hot for the like on the surface he's very much a hot-headed character of the team, but he's also a cool like heavy weapons specialist with his Wraith minigun.
I am the heavy
Um,
weapons guy.
I am a heavy weapons guy. Okay, let's switch over to Warner
I didn't
now.
give my opinions.
Your opinion doesn't matter.
My opinion does. I'm the co-host of the show. My opinion
No.
matters just as much. All right, Capelli. Basically what you said. I'm trying to think
Is
of
that
one
it?
more.
Let's move on.
Is that it? Is that all you want to say? Asshole. Uh, but yeah, he definitely is the type of character who's kind of similar to Hale, but he has some creative ideas about how to go about some things. Like we see that in the comics sometimes, and we see that in Resistance 2, where they were like, now how do we take down that battleship? And Capelli's like, easy! We load up one of the shuttles with a bunch of explosives and we throw it right at them.
Right. He's very much like he's a very straightforward thinker.
And of course, Warner's like, cut the Section 8 bullshit, Corporal. And Hale is like, now hang on a minute. That might
Now
actually
wait.
work, kind of.
Well, wait a minute.
What if we fly up there and lace the whole place with explosives?
Technically, at this point, Capelli does have one confirmed destruction of a battleship.
He does.
Uh, so I think even though it was destroyed in a very rudimentary way, technically Capelli's got some shit on the other
He's got
team members of the
he's got
squad.
the experience, yeah.
Yeah.
I love how Warner's like, okay, we'll go in the ship and blow it up. I guess we can do that because our fucking missile truck that we have right in front of us ain't doing jack shit.
It's basically like throwing pellets at a fucking armored car.
It's like throwing pebbles at a I don't know, Chrysler. I
Yeah.
don't fucking know.
Yeah, yeah. Basically, yeah. That's very it's like simple like anti-aircraft missile trucks are doing dog shit against this fucking thing.
Throwing a stick at a
Um,
T-34.
right, right. Something that's kind of interesting to bring up real quickly about both Warner and Capelli is, would it be fair to say that they probably have almost a little bit more experience than Hale does, or do you think Hale like
They
do
do.
you think like because like they have technically been fighting the Chimera forces longer than Hale ever has, like in active combat, I should
Yeah.
say.
They have more experience than Hale does. And they've seen some shit. I think what
Right. What?
I think what's supersedes Hale over the others might be just the fucking London Tower situation or how he handled that whole thing as a one man army. Whereas all the others were put into teams, like Hale definitely proved that he can work with people, but he's also very capable of working by himself.
Right.
And he was able to accomplish so much just alone. Even though,
Right.
at the end of the day, when Hale was in the tower, he was joined by like two or three British guys that was like, another panel has opened! Shoot her!
Shoot
Shoot her!
her!
We'll hold off the other guys! You keep shooting the panel! What a bunch of great wingmen, I will say. Those like
I
three
know,
dudes that are
right?
with you. We'll hold them off! We'll fight the angels to shoot the Furons!
Another panel's coming down
Another
with the
panel,
Furons!
boys! We got them now! Manchester
Come on!
United!
Come on, England!
Score
Score some
some fucking
goals!
goals!
Had the whole fun that literally, actually, that was the mission. Hale knew that the only way to destroy the Chimeran forces was to gather the remaining Manchester football team
Football
to take out the
enthusiast.
town.
Parker's on the radio like, we're bringing in Manchester United, Hale. This is your backup. They're all their uniforms, and they just got rifles.
No, they don't even have rifles. They have a soccer ball, and they pass it back between each other, knocking the shit out of fucking Chimeran forms. Oh,
And
can I just say?
what were you saying about the angel earlier?
Oh, the angel goes to throw one of the fuel, like the little fucking rods, that explosive rods at you, and like a rugby player fucking intercepts it with a football.
What was the other
I've
thing?
got this angel hail! Shoot the
He
rods!
like tackles it. He's like on
Yeah.
its back.
You just see the entire Manchester fucking football team tackle an angel. Like
Another,
it's like that scene. Remember the scene where it's a VTOL is just like, it's right before you get to the core, right? And
Mhm.
it's that open area where the angel attacks the VTOL. Right before the angel goes to attack the VTOL, you just see rugby team member, or not rugby teamers, football team members fucking jump from the rafters to intercept it, and it's like, get out of here, we got this,
They like
and they just start.
they tackle him, and the coach is like, that's a misdemeanor. You touch
That's a
the
flag.
enemy.
That's a
You
flag.
That's a flag. You touch the enemy team. You're not allowed to do that. But they're fucking aliens. Yeah, rules is rules.
It's stated in the book, the handbook. Oh my god. Anyway, back to the. Actually, I would have to make a point because we made this point a little bit. We talked about this a little bit about like with the Black Ops units. Like, I feel like Hale ain't got shit on Warner and Capelli as like being better because he has always had other people to get him across the finish line. Now, don't get me wrong. Yeah, he does kick ass. He does indeed kick ass. However, if it was not for the Serpa members that the dead Serpa members and squads that were sent to England to both observe but also support Hale,
Mm-hmm.
and as well as the British resistance running interference in London, I don't think Hale would have gotten anywhere near like by himself.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I don't think he's that much of a one man army. Is that he is just simply lucky. Which again, that's another thing that is like kind of in the background. Is he's always been very lucky. Um,
Yeah.
so Whereas like Capelli and Warner are just like, yeah, we just whoop ass, for the most part.
Yeah. But like I said, Capelli and Warner have not only worked on teams, but they worked on the same team.
Mm-hmm.
Hale, while the way was being paved, he still had to deal with a lot of tough enemies by himself. Like, do we want to talk about all of Bracknell?
Yeah.
uh,
Were we talking just about? Are we still just on Capelli?
we're still talking about Capelli.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's definitely like he's not really taking shit anymore. He's like, the war's almost over, and if you turn, I will shoot you, and I will finish this myself. So get
Yeah.
your ass along, get your inhibitor treatment. You are overdue, mister. I'll be the
uh,
one who pulls the trigger, motherfucker.
I guess
And
if there
he
was like a short.
And even when they were right there, close to ending the war, just one slip of from Hale, and Capelli whips out his Colt, and it's
Yeah.
like, I
Yeah.
will do it, motherfucker. I will. I won't
Fuck
hesitate.
it.
Not even for a second.
Hale fucking grabs his head and then just waves. It's like, I'm okay. I just need an aspirin.
I just said, you can lick my ass. That's what you can do. Now get
You can
up.
he looks over. He looks over at Capella. He's just like, "Yeah, I need an aspirin. You can lick my ass."
You can lick my ass, Hale. Get your ass
And then
up.
Capella pulls the trigger.
I pulled the trigger. I did not hesitate. Not even for a second.
I didn't hesitate. I said what I would do. I always keep my promises.
If it weren't,
But
if it weren't for Blake just being like, "Well, fuck you, Will," I think he would
yeah.
have killed Hale right there and then,
Oh,
dude.
100%. But just as like a very like quick overview of or a very simple like Capelli's character. Very surface level as just like angry guy or character, heavy weapons guy.
Heavy weapons
Uh
guy.
he has a much bigger depth to his character if you're willing to look deeper into his
Mm.
character. Um
And thankfully, we got more content after Resistance 2 to deepen his
oh
character
yeah.
more.
Let's talk about Warner.
Benjamin Warner, the only other character with a character.
Yeah. Yeah, basically,
What?
yes.
Yeah,
Uh
Warner's interesting. Hot like we said, Hawthorne don't get shit, but Warner, he surprisingly gets a good amount of backstory in this game.
right, for only being really a very like you only get to see him in two pieces of like Resistance media, Resistance 2 and
The
the Resistance
comics,
comics.
yeah, and the backstory we do get is kind of emotional because if you do look into Warner, much of his backstory is that he's a family man. He cares a lot about his family, and
Yeah, he
this
likes to go fishing.
and being part of Serpa, they have these rules. It's like zero contact unless with like other Serpa officials or whatever, which is how
Right.
Hale kind of got away with seeing Cassie or whatever.
Yeah.
But
Oh, go look at he like and also going looking for his. Well, he didn't even get like
he was,
away with going to search for his family.
yeah,
He got shit detail. Blake gave him shit for that.
yeah. but yeah, there's a zero tolerance policy for going to see family members because you're not supposed to exist anymore, kinda. But
Right.
there are a handful of times when to try to contact his family, even as much like Hale in the Gathering Storm, sneaking out and going to Twin Falls, Idaho, which is where his family lived, to go and see
Yeah.
them. He also, on a technicality, he was able to see them because he was helping to build
Bomb
a
shelter.
bomb shelter there, and there's even a point in time where you actually get to walk through Warner's house and get to see a family
Hmm.
photo of him clearly photoshopped next to another woman that's that's
Yeah.
noticeably blurrier than he is in that photo.
Right. And there's also a picture of him with, I guess, his friend or whatever, and they're on like a fishing boat as well. Like it
it's
actually gives a little bit depth to his
it's
character.
supposed to be
If
him and
you're
Hawthorne, I believe.
was that is that supposed I didn't
I
think it
think
was
it's
Hawthorne.
supposed to be Hawthorne. I think they were like good friends.
That's kind of wild though, like if you think about it in that context, because I didn't realize that. It's like, they were
Which
just fishing buddies who were just like, yep, we're in this together.
which is why his reaction is more like really emotional when Hawthorne dies because he's like, Hawthorne, fuck.
Yeah. Yeah. Which makes sense.
Dude was grieving. Grief took over that whole the rest of the level.
Yeah.
But yeah, surprisingly, plenty of character depth for Hawthorne, and Twin Falls levels really get is where you really get to know him as a character.
Yeah.
He does have
Um,
he does have quite the personalities. He's the technician of the group, or Hawthorne is either one, and
yeah.
he's he's a very by the book kind of guy
Oh yeah.
because given that he is the sergeant and he is the second in command of the group, he's trying to get everybody on like the same level, trying to follow the rules, make sure there's no breakdown, especially at a time like this.
Right. He very much like keeps Capelli relatively in check when Capelli kind of like has an outburst
Mm-hmm.
because he is the second in command and a sergeant,
Yeah,
so he has a little bit of leeway there.
yeah, he is.
Even though Capelli doesn't really do well with authority in any type.
Yeah, he's very much on Capelli's ass through the whole game.
Right. Which in the comics they're just kind of like you don't really get to see that because they're kind of like both sergeants, I believe, in that, and they're just
Yeah,
kind of like
they're on equal
and they're just
footing there.
equal footing. You don't get to see too much of like that commanding around with Warner in the comic, but but yeah, he's a very knowledgeable, very like level-headed character for the team and in the game, which I find very interesting. But he doesn't really have much longevity or too much interest as a character because like he you only get to see him for such a short time,
Mm-hmm.
you know. Um, so I wouldn't say he's like the most memorable character of the Resistance cast of Resistance characters that we get.
But he does have a character, and he does have a presence, and he serves his purpose. And yeah, I just remember
Yes.
he is more of the scientifically enabled one of the group because he is able to fly the shuttle, and he's
Yep.
practiced with like some of the ones that Serpa was able to capture. So he's adept at chimera technology. Not as good as
Yeah.
Malakoff, but yeah, he serves that purpose of the group.
Yeah.
Hawthorne don't get shit. We've covered that.
Hawthorne, he likes fishing with Warner. Done. Has
He's a
southern accent.
short, bald, fat guy lobbying around, like, frag grenades on his chest, holding the shotgun, and that's him. That's our good
did
boy Hawthorne.
did you say something, Lieutenant? In the arms
Did
of
anyone
an
else hear that?
angel.
Hear what?
Oh
Fucking
no, Hawthorne! He has his earbuds in. He can't hear us.
Hawthorne, no! Look out! Oh no, he's got his fucking AirPods and listening to the Resistance 3 soundtrack. He can't hear us. Hawthorne, no! Hawthorne! Fuck!
He's listening to Terraformer, the best track.
You must
No.
be free of them. Boom!
And fucking Daedalus just takes the AirPods with him.
Ave Maria. Warner, do not engage. I'm sorry. I'm listening to the Fallout New Vegas radio soundtrack. I can't hear a damn thing you're telling me, Hale.
Apparently, we gotta get to him now.
We gotta get to him now. I'm trying to get there. There's fucking assholes in my way. What else? But yeah, that's the bulk of the characters. It's really
Director Blake. Director Blake.
Richard
Real
Blake,
quickly.
our Major Richard Blake. He's here. He is a character, much like Hawthorne. He is here, and he is a character.
Like the only saving grace with Blake is that he has a little bit more interaction in the book. That's just kind of the extent of it. He is unique character model to make him stand out.
Yeah, he's the Captain Winners of this game, but he lasts longer.
He lasts. He lasts at least to the last level.
Yes, he did. And then he dies like by a bridge.
Yeah, he dies with everyone else. Because like I think he was never inoculated, right? He's just standard army guy, right?
Well, he's the leader of the Sentinels, so I don't think he wears the inhibitor thing around him. He might.
No, he literally just wears like a basically a bulletproof vest and a black t-shirt and gloves, and that's it. So yeah, Blake doesn't really like, other than just hearing him talk about your objective throughout most of the levels or whatever. You really only get to see him in the beginning of the game, and then the last two levels of the game, and that's about it. Yeah, and so that's basically all the characters, other than just like generic scientist, generic. Oh wait, Henry Stillman. We almost forgot about one.
Ah,
Even though
Henry
even though
Stillman.
even though technically he's like more just vocal, other than getting to see him actually in the game, he's still a very important character. Go ahead with it, Liam.
Yeah, Henry is a rather interesting character. He even gets a dedicated chapter in Resistance: The Gathering Storm, and he comes back in Burning Skies. Henry, I think he's actually voiced by one of the writers for the game.
Interesting.
He he's on the radio. He's in most of the levels. And he has this interesting story because as you go along in the game and as things get worse, Henry's sanity starts to break down. I think on the last one, he's like starts crying to himself. And then he's like, I think I'm gonna go for a walk now. And then that's the last we hear of Henry Stillman.
Rip my boy Henry Stillman, but does a fantastic job as like a radio host to
Yeah.
describe just a deteriorate. He really is like you're fighting the Chimera, right? But he is very much the voice and describer of just the general theme of how America is just collapsing from the weight of the Chimera invasion.
And he's well within gray territory because he's like settled in Philadelphia, pretty sure.
I believe so. Yes.
The city of brotherly love.
Yep.
Yeah, poor Philly.
Indeed. Well, that wraps it up for characters. I believe we can move on to gameplay if you would like.
Gameplay, levels, and weapons. Yeah,
Yes.
gameplay should be a little quick. The controls for Fall of Man are translated over to Resistance 2, but some things are different. Crouch,
Right.
you press once and you're forever crouched. Aim in is a hold down button type thing.
Yep.
And you can
Sprinting.
yeah, you have sprinting now. You got that shit.
Yep.
Um,
You can Swim. You can swim a little bit too in this game.
Oh yeah, you can swim. You can remap your controls to make it more like Call of Duty as well. Um,
Yeah. It's very much like again how I brought up earlier. It's like it's a product of its time. Very much took a lot of influence from FPS games of the time, like Call of Duty. You can definitely feel that in this game, with just how it's all set up.
hmm
A lot fat. Like I would say it's a little bit faster paced than
Yeah.
Resistance Fall of Man's combat. Enemies aren't necessarily bullet sponges anymore and won't like
Well,
rush you like
some of them are,
uh,
if we're being honest.
some of them. Yeah, but like you see alert reactivity. Like you'll see like hybrids. Well, actually no, because you could see some Chimera hybrids stagger a little bit in Resistance Fall of Man,
Yeah.
but it's more predominant here in Resistance 2 than it was in Fall of Man.
hmm It takes a shit ton to
Um
kill a Ravager.
indeed, yes.
The notable changes are the health system and the weapon system. The health system is a little forgivable because of
Hmm.
the lore pertaining to it. I think Hale has advanced
Right.
far enough in how the Chimera function that he no longer needs the Simback health kits that he
Yep.
had in Fall of Man. Now he's able to regenerate his health, which is
Hmm.
a detail that is translated into the books for both
Yep.
Hale and Capelli. And the weapon thing, yeah, dog shit. They
Dog shit.
they made a weapon wheel system. They had it. They even made a graphic for it, but we don't have
Yep.
it. We don't got that
It
shit.
very again bringing up this is probably the most evident of it being a literally again a product of its time, being a very much modeled after an FPS because most shooter FPSs where just like two weapons, that's it. You pick up a new weapon if you want, but you can only have two weapons. Unless it's a grenade type. That's the only thing that really carried over and has been consistent throughout the entire games is being able to use a variety of grenades, right, and hold multiple. So that would be the only holdover from the old system into Resistance 2. Like you said, dog shit. The however, I will say they do sprinkle in a nice variety of different weapons and some new weapons, right? Like you've
Mm-hmm.
got like what's the blade shooting weapon?
The
The
splicer.
the splicer, which is fun, but you only get to use it for a small section or occasionally, right? Because you don't have any more pickups throughout the entire. Like when they give you a weapon, it's very much situational to that moment in the level, and more times than not, you're not going to carry it through the rest of the mission because one, there's going to be no ammo, or it's not going to be used until a very much later point in like the rest of the game. So you're mostly just going to be lugging around either a carbine or a bullseye most of the time, with other than a few other exceptions. But as unique weapons, we have the splicer, we have the Belloc, which is a more or less like a grenade launcher rifle. New grenade type, which is it's kind of like a what was that grenade type? The one that has like the spider web that's on fire, spreads out like a spider
I think it's
web.
just called
Do
the
you know what I'm talking?
spider grenade or something.
Oh yeah, spider grenade, which is you only get to have. It's very rare that you get them, but you'll get them occasionally. Um,
And they are useful. They are really useful.
yes, they are very useful. The weapons for the I'm trying to think. Were there any other like unique weapons that I guess the marksman rifle, even though it was talked about in some of the intel documents in Resistance Fall of Man, this is where we actually get to see the marksman rifle make a full appearance. And then just some of the staples, like the auger, kind of gets an upgrade where the shield is much more of a bigger bubble canopy. And I believe you can see enemies through walls fully.
Yes, you can.
With bullseye doesn't change, both Mark 1 and 2. Carbine doesn't really change.
Yeah,
Also,
just the
you
design of the bullseye changes.
Right. Magnum. Basically a revolver that has incendiary round or explosive rounds as its secondary fire. Lark doesn't really change. Oh, Lark does change in the fact that it changes out its air brake secondary for a kind of cluster bomb,
Yeah.
kind of. So I believe that's kind of like
In multi
it for the web.
in multiplayer,
Oh,
there's also the Phoenix, which is like your medigun for Resistance 2.
yes. Oh, the Wraith.
The Wraith.
I forget
Yep.
the Wraith, the mini gun with a auger shield attached to it, even though it's kind of like limited. Um,
Yeah.
which it's cool to play with. Um, but yeah,
It's useful when it's there.
indeed, indeed.
Yeah, I think the saving grace of having no weapon wheel is that the the developers provided weapons where they were needed most. So no
Hmm.
weapon is really out of place. But you are going to run out of ammo kind of quickly,
Right,
and trying to find more ammo, especially during a fight or whatever. Yeah, you could probably soft lock yourself somewhere, but you can recover in some
right.
places. Like one of the stalker fights in the Holler mission, some ammo's
Hmm.
very sparse for whatever weapons you might have,
Hmm.
but you might still be able to like just get out of there with enough ammo left and whatever weapons you have,
Right.
or find the lark and finish the job basically.
Yeah.
So yeah, the weapons are pretty good in this game, other than the loss of the weapon wheel. Yeah,
Right. Talk about enemy variety in this game. I think that the enemy variety is, I would say, there are new forms, and there are some forms from the last game that have been retired. I would say, technically, they're still within the universe even up to this point, but they're just not seen in game.
slip
I would
skulls, hard
slip
fangs.
skulls,
They're go
gray jacks.
Gray Jacks are technically around because they're just really old hybrids, but they're not here. Menials
Gr-
are still around, but they're not in the game. Howlers,
crawlers have been replaced with spinners, but that's because of
events and burning,
the
no, events and retribution.
yes. Titans are still there, but just changed a little bit with basically given armor.
They're fat,
Um,
and they're fat
they're
now.
they got bellies.
They got a big old belly. They gained a couple of
They're
pounds, eating a couple cheeseburgers.
see they've settled down and they're in their middle age. You know.
We also got
Uh,
the Ravager. We got our
yep.
boys, the Ravager. They get to stick around a little.
Leapers, the two different variations of leapers have been combined into just the. Well, no, they don't roll around in two, do they?
They do. And they got the same type of skin as the roller, but they're called leapers. I guess they just combined the two. It was like, this is the leaper now.
Right. Um, Grims are a new form, basically like a almost like a zombie type of chimera. I would say they're almost like a much smaller version of a gray jack and more numerical.
The existence of the Grims is very interesting because I like to think of them more as like humans that have been converted into the Chimera but are still in the process of being turned into another strain. But in Resistance 3, they just kind of become their own thing. Now that
Hmm.
they're disconnected from the hive mind, they're just now Grims, and they're not really
Right.
like influenced to become something else. We also got leeches,
Yep.
the suicide bombers of Resistance 2 that also come back in Resistance 3. And the
Right.
stalkers
Right.
got a makeover. The Goliaths are a little bigger. We forgot to mention those two in Fall of Man, the stalkers and Goliaths.
This. Oh yes, that's true. The a short little thing. Goliaths and stalkers are just like the mechanical force or forces of the chimera.
Oh, and
Like basic.
drones.
Also, yes, drones make an introduction. I think we get to see two different forms of drones in this game. One drone is just like kind of like a small
Yeah,
one that shoots a burst at you, and usually they're very like large in numbers. And then a much more upgraded version of it, which is a assault drone, maybe. Oh, actually, no. There's three different types
yeah.
of
There's
drones. There's
three.
the there's the is it the hunter drone or is it a stalker drone?
The hunter drone. There, I think it's the one with the shield and it shoots missiles. And then there's the brain shaped drones that have the minigun turrets on them.
Much harder to take down and do more damage. Um,
Yeah, they're in retribution with the smaller drones.
right. We really only get like Goliaths were a big like kind of like a boss type enemy in Resistance Fall of Man, and were very feared. In this game, we only really get to fight one. We don't even really get to fight it. It's just we just shoot the back of it to destroy it.
Mm-hmm.
But like they are much larger, and we personally really don't get to have to deal with them too much. But they're just kind of more like background forces, um, as set pieces and whatnot.
Yeah.
Um, oh, and let's talk
Oh,
about
the chameleon.
the the chameleon. Yeah, a very deadly form of chimera that is able to camouflage itself and really only reveals itself in the last moment before it kills its target. A very interesting character design and also kind of scary when I first encountered it as a kid.
And there's the
But
marauder. We got the big boys. We got the big
uh,
boss types. We got the
yeah,
marauder,
the Leviathan.
the mother spinner, the kraken, and then there's Daedalus.
Yeah, so I would say like as much as we lost of Chimeran forms from the first game, we got a whole host of just like variety from this game, and honestly, kind of fills in a lot of those other like it's like if I were to have to look at it in realistically, I would say the Chimera have a very well-rounded military force, very able to combat just about any scenario that humans could throw at it. You know, also Furies. We all forgot about Furies as
Yes.
well.
Little shits.
Little shits that you can't kill. And I guess also dropships also got a redesign, a much more smaller
They weren't
craft.
even here.
Well, not the ones that we see in Fall of Man, but the ones that we use to fly up to the
Well, that's just called a shuttle. Like the dropships are still
oh
technically around because they come back in Resistance 3. But
yeah,
yeah,
you're right.
the dropships are they got dropped.
Yeah.
Like the Widowmaker at the beginning of the game's development.
Right.
So many
Um
things dropped, all for Ratchet and Clank.
all for Ratchet and Clank. We
Mm.
my
We
favorite.
could have had it all, but no, you just had to mess it up. You and your pride and your ego. If you done your job, we could have had a great Resistance 2.
Let's kind of like move on to the levels. What do you think of the levels?
As I mentioned at the start of the video, I want to save it till now. the the levels are quite linear when they can be, much like in Fall of Man, where things are very linear. Not a lot of
Mhm.
open spaces, very limited places to go. But
Right.
then in in plenty of the levels, with the exception of a few, there's a lot of these big action set pieces where you got tons of enemies but also a lot of allies. In
Right.
Chicago, you got this part where you come out of a building and you back up a couple of black ops that are taking on a stalker and trying to get over a bridge, and then you get into like this city square. Like you got this huge battle going on. In Bryce Canyon, you got this little fight going on at the bridge at the entrance to the tower. At
Mhm.
Holler Tower, you got this huge assault going on at the base of the tower. We got stalkers and down VTOLs and tanks and
Mhm.
shit. Just the whole Battle of San Francisco outside.
Mhm.
Huge action set piece. Love it.
They
Um,
they very much do a great job at environmental
yeah.
storytelling in this
Whereas,
game.
whereas you kind of got that in Fall of Man in a few places. I think
Mhm.
much of it still focuses on these points of calm, I guess, where Hale's alone and the atmosphere of the level usually takes over and lets you ride out the whole thing, like with
Mhm.
like with Bracknell or the conversion
or
center, or when you're going through the tower.
yeah, or even going through some of the empty sections of
Yeah.
the Manchester City and the back alleys.
Yeah, almost every level has moments like that where you got big action parts, and then you got areas of cooldown where you're just kind of going through these tunnels by yourself,
Hmm.
and there's not really any enemies, and you just get to see the environment for yourself. Like you said, a lot of
Right.
environmental storytelling in all of the games. It's one of the things that
Hmm.
Insomniac really excelled at with the Resistance games is their environmental storytelling.
Yeah.
And
But you
a lot of people
go
take
ahead.
issue with no vehicle levels, but I don't take issue with that at all.
Hmm.
I think we're fine with what we got in Resistance 2 when it comes to the levels
Right.
we had.
I suppose the only thing I would have liked in as a vehicle mission was being able to fly a VTOL maybe in
Mm-hmm.
Resistance 2, which would have been cool. But I also agree. I don't think it's that big of a deal. Um, I also agree that like these stories or these levels are very linear. We also have in-game cutscenes for a lot of the missions.
Mm-hmm.
Um, but overall, they're okay. They're fun. Um,
Yeah.
yeah, nothing too much to say more for me, at least on the gameplay side or levels. I would say. Um, well, do you have any final thoughts on the levels before I move on to a more I would say like rough topic about the game?
Um, Resistance 2 steps away from the typical brown era of the
Hmm.
7th gen consoles, and it puts in some more vibrant colors, like the sun. The
Yep.
sun is in this game. That's nice.
Yep.
The Chimera are more tan and colorful than they were, where they were like pale and gray and shit in the last one,
Hmm.
and looked more like the Jellyman.
The Jellyman.
The Jellyman. Yeah, while things are still kind of dull, yeah, huge improvement on the color palette. Other than that, levels are pretty good. Good
Right.
atmosphere, good level design. Textures are. Oh, do you want to talk about the textures real quick?
That's what I was about to move on to was like the textures and graphics of the game.
So, Philip and I share this opinion where we think Fall of Man, despite being a 2006 game and having a duller color palette, still looks a little better than 2 and 3. And
I would
mhm,
agree.
yeah, I think the issue with Resistance 2, despite on top of having a crunch development time, which is probably the reason why some of the textures look like the way they do, the fire effects and some of the particle effects are very pixelated, and you can probably count the pixels on your TV screen, no matter the
Hmm.
size. Resistance 3, which we'll get to, is kind of downright ugly.
Right.
It's very messy, and there's too much going on. And if Resistance 2 would definitely benefit from a huge remaster,
Hmm. Hmm.
yeah, not a very good looking game when you get down to the literal grains of it all. But other than that, on like clothes and character models and weapon models, it looks pretty good. But on some other things, it's like, yeah, you could definitely tell that they were crunching for time. Even though Fall of Man did also have a rush development period.
Because it was two. You said 2 years between Fall of Man and Resistance 2.
Yes.
Yeah. So I mean, compared to now, where games are now, they take what 5+ years to develop. I don't remember. I don't think. I don't know if they use the same engine, because I don't know any about the specs or anything about like Resistance games or what they ran on or whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
But like they did it pretty quickly though, all things considered, for Resistance 2. Like 2 years, man. That's pretty crazy.
On top of focusing on a Ratchet and Clank game partway
Right.
through development, early 2007,
Hmm.
which uh
We had Fallout 3 came out the same year as Resistance 2, I believe. You said 2008, right?
Yes, November of
Yeah.
2008.
Yeah, so like you had Fallout 3 come out the same year, so
Woo.
that gives you an idea.
And that
That's
really
like
that really tested the PS3, huh?
yeah, yeah, it very much did. But, all things considered, I think it did okay.
Memory leak.
Um Memory leak. We're talking about what Fallout 3 did to I thought you were saying, okay, I get what you're saying.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the
Yeah.
PS3 is what nerfed Fallout 3.
For all viewers and listeners, the reason why the console experience for a lot of games during the Xbox 360 and PlayStation 3 era was so kind of held back was because of the PlayStation 3, because games had to limit themselves to what the PlayStation 3 could hold together, more or less, because of the memory leak issue as well as all the other different issues that the PlayStation 3 had going on with it. So
Mhm.
you can thank Sony for that one. Any final thoughts, graphics or textures?
Yeah, those are my gripes for that.
I would agree with that. I don't have much more to say on textures and graphics because again, we share that opinion. So let's move on to some of the different modes of Resistance. First, let's talk about the co-op or online cooperative. Now, a vast difference between Resistance Fall of Man as well and Resistance 2 is that we went from couch co-op, which we kind of still technically do, but it makes it more difficult to do, and as well as the ability to do online cooperative. Now, the co-op for Resistance 2 is a completely side story compared to what goes on in the actual game, the
Yeah,
campaign.
no co-op campaign this time around.
Yeah, which is big thumbs down for me. Kind of ruined that experience for me a little bit. The events that happen in the co-op campaign are just like kind of like a side story, and or what's going on.
Yeah, they take
Well,
place. It takes place in 1952.
and you are what
Spectre
squad are
team,
you? Spectre team. Yeah.
and you're trying to capture Gray Tech.
Great Tech, which real quickly, Great Tech is potentially uh we touched on a topic about like a kind of other possible alien race that basically pushed the Chimera off of Earth, but we don't really know much about them, and the only thing that's really left of them is their technology, which the Chimera are also fighting to get their hands on as well, and the Cloven, kind of. But yeah, the Grey Tech is just super advanced technology that could be converted into useful stuff for both Chimeran forces and human forces.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, we I would say both you and I don't have too much experience with the co-op. I mean, I have played it. I haven't played it through all the way through because oh my gosh, just trying to do that by yourself or just with
Yeah,
another person is it like how the gameplay for the co-op is set up. You have to have like a team of 3 to successfully really get through the mission, and even then, the damage modifiers and enemy resistance to damages are ramped up significantly from the campaign. So it is a slog to get anywhere in that game without like an actual dedicated team. And what's unfortunate of the type of co-op that a three-man co-op team, right? Couch co-op only is split screen. So, and all the online servers are long gone, so you can't even do a LAN party for Resistance 2, I don't believe. So, it's very difficult to play that portion of the game, unfortunately.
yeah. There was also just the multiplayer. It had a very impressive 64-player lobby system that was only really seen with Battlefield at the time.
Indeed, like Call of Duty, I think only had like what cap of like 30-ish
24,
players,
which is the same as Team
24.
Fortress 2.
So it is very impressive for its time, almost ahead of its time, like or just on the likes of Battlefield. So
Yeah. And it had a bunch
Uh,
of DLC packs too that also introduced, I think, a couple more campaigns for the co-op mode. Also introduced
gotcha,
some
gotcha.
skins with Rachel Parker and the Cloven, a couple of British, and a bunch of other online multiplayer maps. There was
Right.
also unique things in the multiplayer, like
Mm,
was it like you had a King Grim or whatever it's called, like a Golden Grim. You also had the introduction of the hierarchy, like
yeah.
the overseers and the primarchs.
I also believe Cloven did show up as playable skin. Well, I mean, I think Resistance Fall of Man had Cloven skins, but I think
Yes,
Resistance 2 also had Cloven skins. Also, a lot of the background info that we have on the Resistance universe did come from Intel documents that were rewarded to players from finishing co-op missions as well.
yes,
Um, so that was also a big key feature on like info, just background information.
and we never got to experience any of this
Yeah, this
because
this was yeah. Go ahead.
Philip is a few years older than me. When Resistance 2 came out, I was like 5, almost
I
5.
was I was about 8,
So
probably 8.
the multiplayer experience was nothing we were going to experience, and we
Right.
probably never will because
And
all the
and all
servers shut down in 2014.
so hopefully maybe in the future when we inevitably cover these topics again on maybe a more dedicated video or whatnot, we'll try to get some people who actually have experience with the multiplayer and online co-op to give you a more thorough example as well as review on just how it operated, how it was, and whatnot. Because we do have dedicated people like that on the server who do actually get to experience it while the servers were still up. So
Yeah,
that at least we have that caveat. Oh, a very interesting also topic to talk about alongside of Resistance 2. Liam, can you talk a little bit about the action figures, a toy line that
I can. So,
that was introduced with the Resistance 2?
my time to shine. So, Resistance 2 was basically the height of the Resistance franchise with a portable spin off just a few months away. A bunch of tie in media from the William C. Dietz book and the comics. The collector's edition, which came with a nice art book, and a figure kind of like you could move the arms and the legs, but in the head, but very limited articulation. But there was an act and series of action figures published by DC and part of Series 1 of Resistance 2 action figures, Philip. Series 1. You got Nathan Hale that comes with a Swarmer, aka a Leaper. You have an advanced hybrid, a Steelhead, and a Ravager that comes with none of its guns.
He is just Ravage.
He's just the Ravager with only his little shield thing, and it doesn't even come with the shield.
He is just Gur.
He just. The Ravager really got like nothing. He's just there. But
Um, yeah.
yeah, those were all the figures we got. They're pretty neat. They're very textured, highly detailed. You can find them on eBay for like $20. There's quite the resource of them still out there.
If you know any of the information, what was supposed to be on the second wave of figures
I
that was planned?
don't know.
Mm.
I really
Uh,
have no idea. At the same time, they were released alongside some Ratchet and Clank figures.
mm-hmm.
But yeah, I really don't know. Unlike
uh,
unlike Trendmasters back in like the early 90s and early 2000s, which had these massive folders of all their products, and then you have all these groups that are dedicated to collecting Treadmasters and prototypes in these types of folders and stuff.
mm-hmm.
I really don't know who manufactured these figures other than the DC logo being on them, but I don't really know DC
Interesting.
as being a manufacturer of action figures. I just think that
I
they
get.
published them or something. I really don't know, but
I guess they're just. I guess that's just lost to time, unfortunately.
maybe there's more
Um,
information on the boxes, but I still have
maybe.
some of the packaging, but I don't have any of the original packaging. Like I have like the background art that's in there that you can take
Right.
out, but all the plastic shit gone. So I could probably look
Gone.
at those paper sheets again and look more into it. And heck, maybe
Right.
if we eventually talk to Ted or somebody on the team, maybe they'll have more information on it. But yeah,
I I feel like it would probably like maybe like someone in the marketing department that we would have to speak to on that subject. All I can probably say would probably like if they were what they were going to do with the second wave. I feel like they would do named characters like having like all of Echo Squad, Malakoff, maybe like a generic Black Ops, Serpa Soldier, maybe Major Blake. Oh
yeah,
man, it would be really cool if they did like a big set thing for like Daedalus or whatever, like a custom model for Daedalus. Even though
yeah,
I would say probably Daedalus probably wouldn't be a very like easy figure to make. But it'd been really cool. Or maybe they could have make like little articulate figures for like the Stalker or the Goliath or something like that, or a drone
yeah.
or something
I
like
could
that.
definitely see like it being as big as those. I forgot exactly what the set of army figures were, but they're kind of popular back then. These like 6 inch action figures or 3 inch or whatever that you could collect that they had guns and jets and Humvees and shit. Like you could
I
build
know
whole
exactly
armies
what
with
you're
these
talking
guys. I
about.
still have some of them.
I do too. Viewers of the channel, we had a whole discussion on this.
A
Maybe we'll
long
do a
time ago,
dedicated maybe we'll have a dedicated a childhood
action figure
remembering.
episode. Yeah,
Yeah. Also, did you ever hit those little micro figures of Nathan Hale and the hybrid? You know which toy
I know
figures
what
I'm
you're
talking
talking
about?
about, but no, I don't have those.
I remember seeing those at the toy store, and man, do I wish I bought those when I was a kid. Little did I know, huh? But
Yeah,
they're out there somewhere. They're pretty cool. They almost remind me of like Mega Bloks figures, kind of. Uh,
man, Resistance
but
Mega Blocks would have gone hard, dude.
oh, dude, for real, like having like a fucking little Lynx car or something like that, or a fucking saber tooth tank, dude, that shit would sell like hotcakes. I that would be like a proud shining achievement that I have up on the fireplace.
Hmm.
But that kind of does it, at least for action figures or toys related to Resistance. And I'm sure there was like a plethora of other like maybe like possible posters and shirts and whatnot.
There
But
were some
um,
shirts. There were some on FYE before they had their big sale like last year, and
right,
there's whatever's on Redbubble that's not officially
right,
officially sold. You know.
right. Some weird loophole.
But yeah,
Um,
yeah, not a whole lot of merch for Resistance, but there was they kind of covered all the grounds. They almost made a movie. Fun fact.
Sony was like, yeah, let's this is gonna be the thing that puts us on the map, right? Like for like the Halo killer, right? They invested a lot of money because it was a big game, had toys, had some merch, had books written after it. This was their like, oh yeah, this is the big thing. So they had a lot of
Mhm.
resources to be funded into this franchise at this point.
The closest thing we got to a Resistance movie was Battle Los Angeles, and that's only because there's a billboard with Resistance 3 on it, and
Yeah,
the Blu-rays came with like little extra demo footage of Resistance 3.
which is wild. So yeah, to just wrap up our part with Resistance 2, any final thoughts, Liam?
I think in the grand scheme of the Resistance games, I think we'll always favor Fall of Man, but I think Resistance 2 is a close second despite its flaws. A lot of people seem to really like Resistance 3, but we got words for Resistance 3.
Our favorite.
Our favorite game. But I might be nostalgia biased, but I am biased towards Resistance 2. I still kind of like it. Like the music's a little generic, but like I said in part 1, Boris Salchow really does give his best in Resistance 3. Here he's kind of getting
Mhm.
his footing for the franchise, and the music does fit the
Right.
themes and the genre of the game, so I'll give it to him. But yeah, it's kind of solid, and if you're looking for like something close to COD but not really, um, this is kind of maybe kind of what you're looking for, I guess.
Mhm.
It's like just know that there's more lore and background stuff to the game you're going to be dipping your toes into. I know that Call of Duty gets pretty crazy depending on which timeline, but
Right, right.
we'll talk about COD in the future.
Definitely for me, Resistance 2, I wouldn't say like it's Resistance 2, I don't play it as much as I do the other games. And yes, I do have my gripes with 3, but I think I find myself going back to 3 more often than 2 just because of how the gameplay is set up kind of like similar to an FPS shooter. And like I had my time with Call of Duty Shooter Man and Medal of Honor, and I just kind of move away from that. Not saying that I love what Resistance 2 did to expand the lore and just as a general entry to a franchise that I love and hold dear to my heart, right? It does bring some good aspects to the forefront for the franchise, like more giving Hale more character, getting to meet the wider cast of characters, expanding more on the lore. Yeah, and like getting to meet Malakoff and some of the great memes that come from Malakoff. Like that is a good question. I very much do enjoy that aspect of it. But like I said, I find myself playing that less than I do the other entries in the story or in the main trilogy, but I still find it as a good game, and I do enjoy it when I get to play it.
Mhm.
And I do enjoy like seeing all the different variety of the enemies and stuff like that, and like the speculation that has come from that game as well.
Yeah,
Um, and overall, just I rate it as a good game, and not bad,
it is
but
a
you
good
know
game.
it is a good game.
I feel like when we talk about Killzone, like the main trilogy for Killzone, we'll probably have the same
Hmm.
opinions. Killzone 2, and
Right.
there's plenty of similarities between Killzone and Resistance. Like,
Hmm.
the first game is where it's at, and it's kind of clunky, both first games for Killzone and Resistance. But I think
Right.
Resistance is a bit more solid and fleshed out, where Killzone is like, I think it's a little too rough to be like, yeah, if I ever want to do another playthrough of all the Killzone games, I might skip Killzone 1 because it's just a
Yeah.
little too rough.
That's kind of me with not Resistance 2, Killzone 2 for me. Just like I think it has to do with its default controls being inverted, and that just what turns me
Yeah.
off. And it's rough for me, and it's like that doesn't it's like, it's that like sensory kind of disgust that just like turns me off immediately. And I'm like, dude, this is not how a game should play. Like, yeah, sure, Resistance Fall of Man had some weird default triggers, but it's like nothing I couldn't get over, right? But like, nah. Killzone 2, nah.
Yeah, Killzone 2 for me, I really like that game. And the similarities with Resistance 2 is that both games are trying to be the sequels bigger and better. So we gotta go all out. We're on Helghan.
Right,
There's huge wars
right.
going on. We're in the slums. We're taking the fight to the Helgas. There's explosions fucking everywhere. Genocide happening.
I
Fucking
guess
nuclear bomb went off in the capital.
Yeah, I guess that's just I would feel like it's almost just kind of like the curse of the sequel to the first game. First game, beautiful, gorgeous, best thing you've ever had since sliced bread, right? And then the second one rolls around and you're always almost constantly comparing it to like the how better the first one was, in a sense, like, and I feel like they tried to like go above and beyond
Yeah.
with that in both cases to
Kill.
just try not to
However,
fall into that.
however, Killzone 2 is the better game to Killzone 1.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, yeah. This is true. This is true. There are exceptions, and Killzone 2 is the exception.
But
Despite my,
yeah,
yeah,
and
yeah,
both games kind of end the same, where it's like, we did it, we stopped the bad guy, but then it's like, oh wait, there's consequences. In Fall of Man, it's like, oh wait, the baddest of the Chimera are coming, and we really didn't stop anything. And then Killzone 2, it's like, we killed Scholar Visari. Why are there a bunch of Helghast ships showing up? And then
yeah. It's
yeah, then Killzone
yeah.
3 is very similar to Resistance 3, where it's like, ah, we're on the run, we're still stuck on Helghan,
Hmm.
everything's gone to shit, and then the endings are basically like, we did it, we stopped the Chimera, we blew up the tower, the Chimera dying off, the only thing we have to worry about is the Cloven now, but we don't need to worry about that. We're all
Yeah,
fine. We won the war.
yeah.
And then Killzone 3 is, we regicided all of Helghan. Everyone is
Uh,
dead. We did it.
yeah.
We saved Vectin, or whatever the fucking planet was called.
Yeah.
We did it. And then there was no Resistance 4, and then Killzone Shadowfall had to fucking suffer because of that. Because they
Yeah.
couldn't bounce off of something else.
Oh, that's a whole new discussion for another day.
Yeah, that's for the Kill Zone episode. And right now we're gonna end off
Indeed.
the first half of part two.
Indeed. I hope you guys all enjoyed our discussion of Resistance 2. Again, we're going to discuss Resistance 3 and get to the other spin-off Resistance games, and we will also have a special episode on talking about the books and the comics as well. And we will have a special guest hopefully joining us for that episode.
Mm-hmm.
So
And
I hope
and she might be reoccurring depending on what other episodes we are gonna do.
indeed, indeed. There is a lot we have in stored future topics to cover, which hopefully one of these topics you will very much enjoy. And if possibly you enjoy our conversations and our banter and whatnot, please leave a like, or even better yet, subscribe.
And
And,
and comment.
leave a comment about how we suck or something like
Yeah.
that too.
And if you have suggestions for topics that we might know and we might touch on, go ahead, leave a like. And hell, maybe if you want to be a guest and talk about your bullshit, then you could do that too.
Come on the podcast, talking about your
Talk
bullshit.
about your
Let's
bullshit.
talk about your
Talk about your passions, what you love, and hell, maybe we'll host a special episode of a franchise we already covered in the event that maybe if you are the lucky winner, you can talk about that passionate bullshit as well.
Exactly, exactly. But nevertheless, we appreciate your support and
Mhm.
please join us for our next episode.
Join
And
us.
thanks.
Yeah, next episode.
Join us. Join us.
Technically, depending how we record the second session of this episode, the next episode should be the comics and books. Because if we got to do a part three where it's the fucking side games, heaven forbid.
We also like the reason of why we're doing it the first episodes like this is just because it's a very it's a very integral part of our not only our friendship but our passion.
Mm-hmm.
Um, hopefully in the future we'll be able to just like when we cover a topic it'll just be one episode and then to the next. So just bear with us for that
Yeah,
for this initial.
yeah, we're
And then also
getting.
this is
Mhm.
oh sorry go
Yeah,
ahead.
we're getting our bearings. Maybe in the future we'll do 3 or 4 hour episodes, depending if we have the energy or the time. Um,
Right.
Sometimes we might. We've definitely done talks in the past, where it's gone for 5 hours. I'd say
Yeah.
talking about whatever the hell we want. Um,
Right.
so we can assure you that some of these episodes will probably be 3 or 4 hours, and for some people, it's like they enjoy 2 hour, 2.5 hour episodes. Some podcasts try to keep it to about an hour and a half. But
Right.
hey, whatever. It's a podcast. People aren't really
Have us in
watching,
the background.
people have us in the background. It's completely fine. And if you just want to hear us babble on for hours and hours, perfectly fine. We can do that for you.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, this is the end of the first half of this episode. This is the second recording session. I don't know how to start this. It's been a bit since I looked at the footage of the first recording session, but since the last time we recorded, ladies and gentlemen, and other kinds of people, we have changed some plans. Originally, we were going to do Resistance 3, Retribution, and Burning Skies in the second half. Now we're just going to focus on Resistance 3 because we usually have limited time when recording episodes on Saturday, and we usually just don't have time through the week, or I have time, but Mr. Phillip here does not really have all
This
that
is
much
true.
time.
And it probably would be best also just to, since we've taken so much time to focus on like the mainline games in our previous videos, I feel like we believed it would be the best just to focus solely on Resistance 3, and then we will finish up with covering the extended media or
Mm-hmm.
spin-offs of the main franchise.
Yeah, so for the second half of the video, because episode 2 still hasn't come out yet, for the second half of episode 2, we'll do Resistance 3, and then next time, we'll have a special guest on, one of our good friends named Liz, aka Love Pond,
Whoop
who
whoop.
who we wanted to be primarily on the episode where we talk about the books and the comics, but I think it'll be nice to also have her insight for the spin-off games, though she hasn't played them. It'll still be nice to have her thoughts and opinions, and she'll also be able to tell us her history with the franchise in that episode too.
Will be quite the interesting episode.
Okay, so Philip, as you may know, Resistance 3 is the third mainline game and technically the fourth game in the series right after Retribution. It was
Yes.
it was released in September of 2011 uh versus Fall of Man and Resistance 2, which came out in November of 2006 and 2008 respectively. So this was a little early bird. It was in development for 3 years along with a couple of other Ratchet and Clank games, I believe. And despite its long development time, you and I have indicated through our personal playthroughs of the game that there are plenty of issues that Resistance 3 has, and you and I are in the firm belief that Resistance 3, out of the ones that we have played, might be the weakest of the four that we've played.
I do agree with that statement that it is probably the weakest in that aspect. However, it does not mean that it does not have shining elements that honestly
Mm-hmm.
surpass the other two mainline games in some aspects. But we will get to those specific nuggets of gold when we get to them when we cover the specific sections of the Resistance 3.
Mm-hmm. Now, what would you like to
Uh,
cover first? Story, characters, weapons, level design, graphics?
I feel I feel like we should probably focus on the story the first because this is probably the I don't know if it would be if I would label it controversial, but I feel like it's the biggest area that most people, especially us, note for drastic changes compared like from where the story was left off with Resistance 2. So let's get into that a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
So the plot of Resistance 3 focuses now on our new main character, Joseph Capelli, who was only a side character and one of the final remaining sentinels, at least from Echo Team or survivors of the Echo Team. So we start out with the game with just a little intro talk of Joseph Capelli talking about how he killed Nathan Hale, then was dishonorably discharged from the army. However, Hale's death did lead to an inoculation, a true cure being found for the Chimeran virus. But even at that time, uh, 90% of the human population on Earth had been wiped out. So now we're left with the remnants of the human population, and more or less the Chimeran War has ended with the Chimeran victory, more or less. Um, and we also come to find out that the bomb that had gone off in above the is it the Chicxulub crater in Mexico? Is that what that is called?
I don't know how to pronounce it, but yeah, you're right.
Uh, yeah, it basically the crater where most people believe that like the impact crater of the asteroid that hit
Dinosaurs.
Earth and wiped out the dinosaurs, basically. Um, basically caused a chain reaction that sent a charge through the Chimera network, at least in the Americas, and supercharged the New York Tower to then open up a wormhole to that is now a portal to the Chimeran homeworld. Now, this game takes place 4 years after the events of Resistance 2. Is that correct? Because it's in
Yes.
1957, right?
Yes.
And Resistance, yeah, okay. And at this time, uh, Joseph Capelli ends up marrying Susan
Farley.
Farley,
Yep.
who is Hale's stepsister. They have a kid, and
Not
they
really
settle in
stepsister, his foster sister.
foster sister. Sorry. Oh, stepsis.
Yeah, remember, both of his parents are dead, so.
That is correct. That is correct. And they settle down in New Haven, Oklahoma, which is a little underground village town. And honestly, Joseph Capelli is just kind of like living his best life, you know? Like, yeah, sure, the Chimeran threat is still out there, and it's a very real threat to any humans, but for the most part, we are now in the slice of life episode of the Resistance saga, and like I said, uh, Capelli is just living his life. Um, However, that slice of life cannot last forever. We end up seeing Joseph Capelli uh, getting. We're having actually, there's an arrival in their town, which brings basically the full might of the Chimeran Force down on their little slice of heaven when Malakoff shows up in the town and accidentally kind of brings in the attention of the Chimera.
Mm-hmm.
And basically, more or less, Malakoff's like, "Hey, you're the only person, like me and you are the only people that could probably shut down the New York Tower and save the Earth." And through convincing through Susan, Capelli's wife, Joseph leaves their home with Malakoff to go shut down the New York Tower, or at least attempt to.
Mm-hmm.
And we'll get more into specifics about missions and whatnot, but that's the gist of the story. Um, Now, Liam, this is a little bit where the story, or well, we theorized on what the ending of Resistance 2 kind of showed us, that it might be actually not that the world or Earth got transported into the orbit of the Chimeran homeworld,
Mm-hmm.
but simply a vision that Hale was showing
Yeah.
Capelli. Um, but to be honest, it wasn't. It was kind of not so well interpreted like that for most gamers. Most people just thought that, oh, they got teleported, rather than Hale showing a vision to Capelli.
Yeah.
And now
Because
and then
because as
oh,
we've addressed in the first recording session, that's probably what they wanted to do in the first place for the story, is transport Earth to the homeworld, which is probably what actually happened. But now there's
mhm,
this retcon in Resistance 3 where that's not the case, and now there's just a portal, a wormhole in the sky, a hole in the sky, William Dietz, that it connects Earth to the homeworld and by other means,
right.
which is a little odd because in the little prologue cutscene for Resistance 3, as we've established, the detail of the homeworld being behind Hale is still there in the prologue cutscene, and that's never really addressed, even in
Right.
the novel that takes place between both games, Resistance: A Hole in the Sky. Capelli seeing the homeworld, really has no ramifications on his psyche at all for some reason,
Right.
and it's never brought up again. It feels like something that either writer TJ Fixman or a couple of the other writers or director of Resistance 3 Marcus Smith just kind of swept under the rug and wanted to go with a little different idea to make the plot a little bit more compelling. Because honestly, this is something I want to talk about before we get a little more into the story, is some of the ideas that they actually had for Resistance 3.
Mm-hmm.
One of them, and I think this is the only little detail that we have of like an early concept of what the story was going to be. They wanted to resurrect Nathan Hale. They wanted to bring him back. The issue is, I don't think you can come back from getting shot in the fucking head. I'm pretty sure that's a big no-no.
Yeah, and to be fair, like honestly, without much like, because there's nowhere in this established universe where it's like, oh, because I would assume that they would try to go the route as like, oh, the amazing Chimeran healing factor basically reconstructed his brain, right? Nowhere in this game has that ever been like a fact, and that would have been a very hard turnoff for a lot of people and would not make sense in the universe. And like, I feel like if they attempted that, that would have like made it a great divide in the fan base if that was to be something that they did. So I think, while an interesting concept, and I think in some of our talks with like how we would have redone Resistance 3 story, and Nathan Hale could have like, I do think that like Nathan Hale it would have been good for him to still been alive somehow.
As like the villain or
But
something.
a villain or a failed attempt at like, he did his best to try to shut down the New York Tower, but like failed ultimately, and we would find that out at some point in the story or something like that, or that it would have been a big reveal plot, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, I think the issue with that idea is that Hale's already like turned by the end of Resistance 2, so I think
Right.
I think if they wanted to keep Hale around, they wouldn't have killed him. But the issue is, they killed him. They had Capelli shoot him in the head. His
Yep.
ability to function as a character is null and void at this point. And I'm
Nah.
glad that they dropped that idea really early into the game's development for the story, because if they did some wonky ass bullshit to resurrect Hale, then I would have been like, okay, now go to Iceland, get the two halves of Hawthorne, put that shit back together, bring it back to life. Or get Warder and fix up the patch in his chest like you did with Hale.
No, they're just like, yeah, we gave Nathan Hale Robitussin, and he's alright now.
We gave him some Pepto-Bismol. He was just having some indigestion problems. He was getting a little cranky.
Malakoff's just like, why did I not ever think of this? Robitussin was the answer. It wasn't the special proteins in Hale's blood. It was Robitussin.
Nathan,
That cures the Chimeran virus.
Nathan, you must take your inhibitor treatment. I'm not taking my inhibitor treatment. It tastes like Robitussin. Nathan, you must take your inhibitor treatment. It is imperative. I am not taking my inhibitors. Nathan, you must take your inhibitor treatment.
Nathan, if you do not take your Robitussin, we will have to go to stage 8 inhibitor.
Nathan,
Pepto-Bismol.
Nathan, if you take your inhibitor, you could go see Cassie Acklin at Denver, Colorado. Give me that shit.
Just down the entire bottle.
He's like, no, don't take it all at once, you fucking idiot.
And then he turns around, his eyes start to glow. It's like, can you hear them? It is beautiful.
Malakoff, I can see her. I can see her titties from here. Her pink coral-tipped nipples.
Coral-tipped nipples.
Nathan, no.
No, Nathan has become more powerful than Daedalus himself.
I see titties.
By the way, if you guys want to learn more about Cassie Ackland's nipples, we'll get to that when we talk about the books, because
there.
that is a very plot defining moment. Just so y'all know, so stick around for the next episode.
Or for about $10 to $12 on Amazon, you too can own the great novel Resistance: The Gathering Storm, and you too can find the part where Nathan Hale fucks.
More, yeah, he fucks. He fucks a lot. So does Capelli. Capelli do be getting ass though.
So yeah, that's in Resistance, a hole in the sky though. But we don't get a lot of graphical fucking, not a lot of details in that one. But in The Gathering Storm, yeah, there's some deets in there. The deets in there.
Okay. Rounding back to our conversation.
So yeah, they dropped that plot point, and they just decided to go with Capelli as the main character, which made sense considering if anybody's just as deep into Resistance as we are, then you know that Capelli has shared like a similar amount of time in the spotlight as Hale has, particularly in like the extra media, like the Project Abraham ARG, where he shared the spotlight with Hale on that. He was probably the main character of the main comics, and of course he was the main character. He was one of the main characters in Resistance: A Hole in the Sky, and then of course he's the main character in Resistance 3. So his presence in Resistance is just as big as Hale's.
Mm-hmm. And in some cases, you could probably argue that Joseph Capelli is almost a more defining character in some aspects than Hale is.
Mm-hmm.
But that's another discussion for another day.
We'll probably get into that with the books, because there's definitely a lot of arguments to be made about how much the extra media just adds to their personalities, where the games kind of falter at that. That makes sense, but that's also a criticism of Resistance 3 that we'll get into.
Right.
But yeah.
I think there was another story plot where it from what we get in game, right, it is basically, for more or less, Joseph Capelli is a one-man army against the entire might of the Chimeran army, mostly, right? There are a few characters here and there, but a lot of the promotional material for Resistance 3 kind of dotted him as him building or giving hope to the remaining surviving population, at least in North America, to fight or destroy the tower.
Yeah, like he's like a traveler. He's a lone wanderer traveling around what's left of the United States. Like in the live action trailer, he's on a train car with a family. In the E3 trailer, I think it was narrated by a little girl who's like talking about him as like this folklore local legend type guy who's taking the fight to the Chimera and just traveling around. And I think that leads into a theory that one of the original ideas for the game is that Capelli might have been like a lone wanderer walking around just helping people. But I think that might have been, even for like 2011, I know that there are RPGs and shit like that, but for Insomniac games at the time, I think like an open world type game, or a game that has some mechanics like that where you go around and helping communities, like Fallout, might have been a little too much for them. And considering that all the games up to that point, including Retribution, were very linear, level-based games, I think it was much easier for them to just make Resistance 3 a linear game that has a very linear story. I feel like Resistance: A Hole in the Sky is more like what Resistance 3 could have been, with
Mm-hmm.
Capelli going around helping some people, picking up some guys to help out. He has his dog with him. Gets
Right.
kidnapped by a circus, which we'll go over that in the next episode. But but yeah, it feels like through the trailers there was a missed opportunity and a big shift in direction of the story, but I
Right.
think that's still kind of around, because as Capelli and Malakoff are moving their way up to New York, they still encounter other communities. Like,
Mm-hmm.
not long after the first two levels, we get to the Remnants in St. Louis, or
Mm-hmm.
however the fuck you want to say it.
St. Louis.
Louise, bitch ass motherfucker.
Louis.
But we get to the Remnants, where we get to meet Charlie Tent, our boy Charlie Tent. Um, a redhead voiced by Ali Hillis, the voice of Liara in Mass Effect. Ellis, our boy Ellis, who's the VTOL
Alice.
pilot. Ellis, change plans! And a couple of other characters, like the one guy who went into the dropship and never came out.
Right. At
So
least he got the zip line to heaven.
yeah, that was kind of fun. The little zip lines in that level where you're in St. Louis, that was pretty fun.
Yeah.
Um, After that, there's that little part where they're flying to New York, because we are kind of going through the story right now, and right now, Capelli and Malakoff, when they're in St. Louis, Malakoff has sustained some injuries because they were on a boat and they were attacked
Mm-hmm.
by drones and Goliaths, and they crashed there. They met up with the Remnants. The Remnants had medicine that could help Malakoff, but they were like, "We'll give you the medicine if you can do something for us." And they have a VTOL, which you can actually like find one of the manuals as like a pickup collector thing.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm pretty sure one of the instruction manuals in either Fall of Man or Resistance 2 or Resistance 3 has the cover for like the VTOL manual on it. I think it might be Resistance 3.
Mm-hmm.
But they're like, if you help us retrieve a dropship power core that we can put in the VTOL, we could give Malakoff the medicine, and we'll also fly you up. But what is it? Capelli kind of sweetens the deal. He's like, you help us, you also fly us to New York City, and they're like, okay.
Yeah. Uh, all right.
They're like, all right, you better be worth it, and it works out. They get the VTOL dropship, power,
Mhm.
not the the dropship power
Power core.
core, and put that shit into the VTOL and start flying.
Basically, they soup up their shitbox VTOL.
Yeah, which has some pretty powerful engines on it too. Not gonna lie, I don't know
Yeah,
where they got.
it's
I don't know where they got those engines. Might have been from a dropship, but damn.
yeah. I do. I like that is one criticism. I was like, I very much doubt the. I don't know. Fucking Ellis must have been a fucking like physicist or some shit like that before the fall of America, because like how the fuck did they decide to like, oh yeah, we can wire this fucking power core up to the fucking, engine of the VTOL and it'll definitely be okay for our engines. Like, dude, those fucking engines are probably burning, cooking with the amount of energy that they're shooting out. Just saying.
I feel like in this
Um
case, because we will criticize the story of this game, but one of the criticisms that I probably have that I just thought about right now because we brought it up. Excuse me. I think something like that in the story of Resistance 3 kind of just happens to let the story
mhm.
move along. Because it's like, oh, maybe VTOL engines aren't the most common thing to come across, but the Chimera are plentiful and they got the dropships, which dropships are back. Woo! They were absent for
Woo.
one game. Now they're back with a new design. And I feel like, okay, that kind of makes sense, but something you brought up is like, who on the team was like a fucking engineer before the war.
Citric, going up.
I would think, yeah, I would think Ellis would definitely be more of like the engineer, like a wart, like maybe he was a wartime engineer. He worked on the VTOLs for the army or
Right.
something, but we don't get a lot of backstory on the characters except for Charlie. But
Right. And
everybody,
we'll cover that when we get to the
mhm,
characters.
yeah, but yeah, for now they're flying. They're over Pennsylvania, but they start getting attacked by a dropship. So Joseph ends up falling out of the VTOL, and the remnants drop off Malakoff, and then they're like, I kind of missed a detail. We're on their way there. Joseph has a bad dream about his wife and his kid, that they might be in trouble. He wants
Hmm.
Charlie and the remnants to check up on them, so they drop them off at Mount Pleasant in Pennsylvania, which is an actual place. I actually had to do some research. And then they ended up coming across this community up there with it's populated by some churchly folk, some nice people, and they have an issue of their own. The lady that they meet is the wife of the pastor there, who's kind of like the community leader.
Hmm.
He's down in the mines, hasn't returned in a couple, was it like a day or two that he hasn't come back.
Yeah, I
So
think it's like a couple of days.
so obviously this town has its own problems, and then when you're playing the game, you find out that it's infested with grims and leeches and leapers and spinners. And then there's a bigger problem. There's a mysterious chimera of unknown origin. We've had some conversations on the server of what it might have come from. Like, it might be like an evolved spinner, or it might be an evolved leaper, or it might be like an offshoot of the Widowmaker, or maybe it's just its own
We
thing.
just don't know.
We just don't know. It has very similar details to those strains, but
Hmm.
it's referred to as Satan by the community appropriately. It's got these tentacles on its face that it can launch out at you. It's very bug like. But once you take care of that and you save the pastor, who I like to call Farmer Brown. Farmer Brown, you stay with me, Farmer Brown. I'll kill these chimera with the ice gun that you gave me, Farmer Brown. Farmer Brown is capable of fixing a locomotive, a steam train that's at the town that Malakoff points out when you get there. He's like, we can use this train to get to New York. And once they fix it up,
Which,
you get on the train and you play one of the best levels in the whole game.
yeah,
While you're on the train, during a little cutscene where Malakoff is going over some of the mistakes he's made in life, practically saying like, yeah, because of him, the war kind of got worse. Like he created the Cloven, he created
right.
Daedalus. He also kind of fucked around with Hale during Project Abraham.
Cheating on Cassie behind her back. Mm.
Yeah, like maybe Malakoff, it wasn't a good idea to put fucking pure chimera DNA into two dudes.
Yeah.
I don't know. Eh, they both ended
Come.
up dead in the end.
Um, and that is also that very conversation is also a big turning point for the story and where it kind of like
Yes.
on like discussions of where like oh we're finally getting somewhere, right, and then it completely cuts it off because Malakoff is trying to figure out an actual way to like turn off the tower. He's very doubtful that they'll actually make it to the New York Tower, but they're gonna do that. But they stand the best chance to do so because Malakoff, as far as we know, is the foremost expert on Chimeran technology and just how the Chimera work in general with their hive mind. And he brings up the point. It's like if leapers and grims and stuff like that can break free from the hive mind, maybe they can use that against them, like their hive mind and how they work, right? And he's on the prefaces of
Precipice.
making this idea. Yeah. But then they're immediately cut off from a group of prisoners that are now basically raiders,
What were they
and
called again? The wardens. I think they're called the
the
wardens.
wardens. Yeah, the wardens. And basically, at the end of that level, Malakoff dies, and
Yeah,
that entire plot line just is gone. Right.
yeah, and that's something when we played Resistance 3 together. That's something that you and I took issue with as we were going over our thoughts with the game after the fact. By the way, none of this is recorded. This is something that we did personally. I think it was like
Hmm.
over a year ago now.
Yeah, I believe about it's coming up. It's probably past or coming up on the year mark.
Yeah, and this was one of the issues we took with it. Also, that detail that Philip brought up a little bit ago, the Chimera are in a civil war right now. Some of the more animalistic, savage types, like the Grims, the Leeches, the Leapers, Spinners, and
Widowmakers.
Widowmakers, whatever Satan was, they're all now disconnected from the hive mind. We don't know the exact purpose as to why. Could be because Daedalus died, and all there really is this like little slim connection between them on Earth and then the pure chimera on the home world, and who knows? It's all a big mystery, and we'll probably never get it answered. And some of us, maybe we don't want it answered. Some of us probably want it to be answered, of course.
Mhm.
It's like, I hate to bring up Alien, but it's kind of like when Ridley Scott went out of his way to just kind of ruin the mystery of Alien, expand more on the. I don't mind him expanding more on the engineers, but
Mhm.
kind of the origin of the alien got a little ruined because of all the stuff that James Cameron and the following directors, comic writers and artists and video game developers did to go out of their way to expand more of the universe but also keep the mystery intact.
Right, right.
But we all know that like the xenomorphs did come from the engineers. We just didn't know how, I guess. With the Chimera,
Right.
it's almost a similar thing where it's like we don't know how they actually really function. We don't know how the hive mind mentality really works. We understand that there are strains, or there were strains, like the angels, that helped mitigate the hive mind, and that sort of functioned as the hive mind, but it started to get more fleshed out with the pure chimera, and then with Daedalus stepping in and getting rid of the angels and him sort of exerting his control over all of the everything else, but still taking orders from the pure chimera. And now Daedalus is dead, and now it's just a pure chimera running the show. So,
Um,
so yeah,
but yeah,
that little detail kind of helps with Malakoff being like, there's sort of this weakness in the hive mind, and he wants to exploit that he wants to use the hive mind against them. And that's a really neat idea, but I have a feeling that when they wrote that, they really had no idea what the fuck they were talking about,
right.
and was just like, we wrote ourselves to a corner. We made
Mhm.
up this really cool idea that we have no idea how to expand on. Let's
My
kill Malakoff.
yeah, which is such a like out of left field decision, you know? Like it would have been, and it was in such an unceremonial way too. He
Yeah.
just got just died, you know? That's it,
He
you
got
know?
he got beat to death, and then he got his head cut off by Mick Cutler, who was a former Serpa operative. Well, he was part of Serpa. I don't think he was a Sentinel.
No, I don't think he was a sentinel either. But we really don't know either. Like it's literally just he's just said
He
he
was
was part of
like,
Serpa,
he was
and
like,
that's
"You're the
it.
one who killed Nathan Hale. They said you got kicked out of Serpa. Me too." And then that's it. That's kind of just it
Uh,
from Mick. If there was one character in the book that I would have liked to see get a little bit more expanded on, or maybe even get like a little comic series, it'd probably be Mick. He seems like a
right.
rather interesting character, but he's more like a throwaway villain here, unfortunately.
Right, and at best, you could probably see him as like what Capelli could have become. You
Yeah,
know, but that really doesn't make sense unless you kind of like understand like Capelli's journey through the books and then into Resistance 3. But again, another discussion for another day to save time.
Hmm.
Um and basically literally all that like Capelli is now doing is just like, well, I'm this far. I gotta at least try to do something. I can't turn back now. He's just like, well, I'm gonna take me old gun and gonna go shoot up the tower.
So yeah, he's
And
solo now going to New York. There's this group of people, some innocent people that were locked up by the wardens that you get to free. One of them goes by the name of Herbert Sawicki. After Malakoff dies, in the game, there are these journal entries you can pick up, and when Malakoff's with you, he'll narrate the journal entries. But after the fact, when you start finding journal entries after, they'll be narrated by Herbert because at one point, I think the first journal entry you pick up after that level, Herbert is like, in the narration, he's like, I found Dr. Malakoff's old journal. I started reading through it, and he's like, I used to be a scientist. I could try to make sense of his writings and what he was trying to think of. So it's
right.
kind of interesting that Herbert gets to stick around for a little while after his like main presence in the story. But
And he just kind of like unveils a few like final notes about like talks about Gray Tech and like I think one other topic about like the race that came before like or that basically drove
like,
off the Chimera from Earth millions of years ago.
yeah.
But like again, those points kind of fall mute on like the grander scale because it doesn't really elaborate anything on it more that, real like it's like, oh, these are cool concepts, but like also like we don't really get any more information expanding upon those other than just for what's left for us to speculate on it.
Mm-hmm.
um and then by fucking chance, Capelli doesn't really make it all the way, but he gets damn close to the tower.
Do you
um
want to talk about some of the
it,
details in New York before we?
we'll save that specifically for the mission or for when we cover like the mission specifically.
Okay, because I wanted
um
to talk about all the Black Ops and the attempt on the New York Tower.
oh yes, well, we
So,
can cover that like. Oh, sorry, what were you
oh,
gonna say?
I want to do it now. It's on my mind. It's fresh in
Okay,
my
yeah,
mind. So
go ahead,
while Capelli's going through New York, there's a lot of neat little details like Noah Grace presidential posters and some other little things here and there. But one of the big things that you'll find, similar to in Resistance Fall of Man, you'll find dead Serpa Black Ops soldier bodies all around New York because, as Malakoff brings it up at the beginning of the game when he shows up, Serpa tried to assault the New York Tower to shut it down. It didn't work very well, and in the end, a lot of people died. And you can see dead bodies all around in different buildings and just outside. And there's even a big like AC-130 that's just crashed into the fucking city. That's still full of dead bodies and weapons and stuff.
I think
Now,
it was over 1,000 Serpa
yeah.
agents that were sent in to as a last ditch effort. And by the way, this was not the last attempt that would be uh for the New York Tower to be assaulted upon.
So, yeah, that in the book, we're just to quickly cover this one detail in the book. The first chapter of the book is, I believe, the first attempt to assault the New York Tower. But I think it's made out to be like this is the attempt that Malakoff was talking about. But given the fact that
Mm-hmm.
there's a fucking AC-130 in Resistance 3, and then versus what we got in the book, it seems like these are two totally different attempts.
Mm-hmm.
But at the same time, I think it's kind of made out to be like this might be the same attempts, but who knows?
Perhaps.
Because the one in the book feels like more of a collaboration of different groups
Mm-hmm.
versus the one in Resistance 3 where it's just Serpa. And yeah, it's a little complicated. Might have been was it like conflicting ideas, I guess they would have had. Like whatever information Dietz was given on that sort of event might have been very minimal, and then what he put in
Yeah.
the book must have been like, I insert some of my OCs here in this chapter. Here's some of the characters in the game here, like Malakoff is present, and then that's
Yeah.
kind of about it. But yeah, Capelli gets really damn close to the tower. He's like at the base of it, which I think the only time in Resistance where we get to like the base of the towers is both in Chicago and at Holler
Mhm.
in Resistance 2. Fall of Man, where, I mean, I think Fall of Man also counts as well, because we are technically at the base of the tower, then we take a elevator in there, but Resistance 3, I guess in this case, is the only time where we actually don't go into a tower.
Yeah.
Burning Skies we do. Retribution, technically no, because we go into like massive conversion centers. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
That's what they all are. So
Yeah.
no towers in Retribution, no towers in Resistance 3.
I think Burning Skies you do.
Yeah, and Burning
'Cause there's
Skies you
the
do, because that's where you fight the Leviathan boss at the end of the game.
Right.
But
Also, shout out to Capelli in this moment because he literally just one man armied even
yeah,
getting that close to a tower because they literally sicked like several stalkers at him, multiple like different variant hybrids on him, shock drones, and then literally also called in 2 fucking Goliaths to whoop his ass, and he still was holding on.
not to mention all the bullshit that he had to go through to get there, just in New York alone.
That is true.
These are like some of the toughest levels you would go through in the game, as well. Like the one night when we were almost done, I think there was a moment where you went away for like 20 to 30 minutes and you were talking to other people in your house. And I was like, Philip, I can't progress until you come back. But yeah, one of the toughest parts in the game. Capelli gets damn near close and he's getting fucking bombarded by Goliaths. And then Deus Ex Machina, Charlie shows up with the fucking VTOL with Ellis.
Yeah.
And then he gets Capelli the fuck out of there. And
Ain't no way, Chief.
yeah, and Charlie's like, look, buddy, this is a lost cause. We're just going to bring you home to Oklahoma where your folks are, okay? But then Capelli stands up, he looks at the tower, and then he notices there's a terraformer nearby, and he's like, he gets the brilliant idea, the most crazy idea, which ends up working. He's like, what if we just slam the fucking terraformer to the tower?
This is where I like this is where like an actually moment I have. It's just like they could have come up with any other alternative to them destroying the tower. This is the most like harebrained, unlikely to actually succeed,
But
plot point.
if we're being honest, given Capelli, this does seem like something he come up with. Because remember, in Resistance 2, when they were trying to shoot down the battleship over Auric, they were like, all the missile trucks ain't making a dent. How do we take it down? And then Capelli was like, easy. We load up one of the shuttles with fucking explosives and send it right at him and blow the ship up that way.
This is true. That is a very Capelli. That is a very much a Capelli idea. You do have a good point.
So yeah, this does seem like one of the ideas he come up with, and it works. It somehow works. They, through the misty clouds of the bullshit, they fly as close to the fucking terraformer as possible, somehow find an entrance, and both Ellis and Capelli get onto the terraformer, but Ellis has to go away at one point, and then it's just up to you. They get to the engine room and you blow it all to Kingdom Come, and then as you're literally falling down near the hot ass terraformer beam, the VTOL comes flying in, and Charlie somehow catches you, and then you fly away just in time to watch the terraformer collide with the tower. and then it blows up, and then it gets sucked into the wormhole, and then the wormhole closes, and then after that,
The
well,
end.
that's not the end. And then we get to Oklahoma, where we get to see Susan and Jack Capelli, their derpy little child. They
He's
go.
recovered from his tuberculosis.
He practically has. He's playing with like a weird robot toy thing. Joe gets dropped off. They say goodbye to Charlie as he flies away, and that's the end of the game. The credits roll, and you get to see these little hand drawn photographs of like repairing New York City. Charlie and Ellis having a couple drinks. The Capellis visiting Malakoff's grave at the Nathan Hale Memorial Cemetery.
Yeah.
And there's radio broadcasts from all over the world of people defeating the Chimera after the fact. That now the Chimera are very much weakened, and now the war is being won. However,
Yeah.
there are some things that are still unaddressed. Number one, there's a civil war in Australia. Number two, the Cloven are still around.
Yes. Also, how are we dealing with the massive amounts of just now feral chimera
Oh yeah,
roaming the
three,
earth?
feral Chimera.
Yeah.
Four,
It's like
people like Judge Ramsey from the book.
Judge. Yeah, massive roaming gangs of just like people like the Wardens, because there's a lot of them, and that nobody really trusts anybody other outside their little communities for the most part either.
Yeah,
So
yeah, I take a little issue with like the photos that show New York getting rebuilt because I'm like, how far into the future is that? Because none of y'all would be focusing on rebuilding New York right now. You have other problems to deal with.
and also, can we just bring out the fact of like more or less New York got like kind of wiped off the face of the earth after that for the most part.
Yeah.
Plus, also, if it is to be believed, imagine like just take a look at like all the like levels, right? Look at how deep that snowpack is and how high up it like, must be, like how many feet of snow that is. Now take into account temperatures are rising again, right? So
Mhm.
when that snow all melts, imagine how flooded New York will be too. So it's like, and any, like, I don't think there's probably any building there that would be able to be like refurbished. It'd all have to just be plowed down. And imagine the massive, and like, even then, why would you build a city on top of so much ruin, so much devastation, right? When you could rebuild in more safer areas in the United States, right?
Mhm.
Just it baffles me. It baffles me. But that,
Yeah.
it's it's a lot, like it is very much clear that they were just like, all right, we just need to, wrap this up in a little nice bow as best as we can and then throw it
Yeah.
out.
Yeah, that's definitely an issue with Resistance 3. Here's where we start critiquing the story, ladies and gentlemen. Uh I guess going backwards maybe. But
Right.
yeah, that's definitely a problem where I think it started with Malakoff having a good idea and the writers just being like, we don't know how to follow through with that. And they just kind of panicked. And then they're like,
Right.
um, blowing up the tower and then disconnecting the link with the pure chimera probably does plenty of irreparable damage to the military forces specifically,
Right.
because now they're not hooked up to anything unless there's still like a few angels out there, which we don't know, or chimera capable of acting as a hive mind of some sort, which probably unlikely.
Also, to bring up the fact the New York Tower was one of probably hundreds of
Yeah,
towers.
that's something I want to bring up too, is that Malakoff brings up at the beginning of the game that the New York Tower is the one thing that's slowly freezing the Earth over. And we've seen in Fall of Man that the London Tower was pretty much capable of doing the same thing. And the effects of the London Tower in just like a few days time pretty apparent because there was already snow and a lot of snow mounds in London. by the time you get
Right.
there in a matter of like a few days. The New York Tower has been active since the end of Resistance 2, and it's been freezing the Earth over for 4 years now.
Right.
And it's done like a hell of a job at fucking ruining New York. And just imagine like the combined effort of all the towers freezing over the Earth.
I guess like, or at least how the story kind of puts it into reference that New York Tower is the main tower that is like the central point of what used to like open up a wormhole, whereas more or less the other towers, even though Resistance 2, in my opinion, kind of like thwarts that idea, are just more or less substations to the main tower, right? And just other nodes that will help cool the Earth. Um,
I feel like
but if
I feel like they have multiple uses. The
right,
towers.
but if you but if you kind of look at like the tower outside of Holler, as well as the Chicago one, you see beams of energy going right out of the tops of those towers. So like it would make me believe that like the New York Tower isn't necessarily unique. It was just the only one specifically chosen for the purpose of opening the wormhole. But like,
Mm-hmm.
it would seem if enough effort or resources were put into it, the other towers could be converted into doing the same thing, possibly.
Maybe.
Um, yeah. At least, when you bring up the point of like most of like the military would probably die, at least the Chimera military would die. I would believe that most of the Chimera forces that relied on heat stacks to cool them would probably die pretty quickly, whereas more of you just dealing with like the more animalistic Chimera
Mm-hmm.
in the long term maybe. So
So yeah. Um,
yeah.
yeah. I think that's one of the issues that some other people on the Discord server have taken issue with is just the ending. That it felt pretty rushed, and throwing the terraformer into the tower is pretty Deus Ex Machina in a way, and
Right.
just the rebuild that we see in the credits is a little unrealistic, I would say. I know in a world with fucking aliens, it's still a little grounded. Resistance is still a little, excuse me, is still a little grounded, but yeah, I think the only plausible thing there is Ellis and Charlie having a couple drinks in the Nathan Hale Memorial Cemetery.
Right. I think I could see like to bring up the plot point that like was probably one of the original ideas was that to use some way to use the weak connection with the hive mind against the chimera. I know this is kind of a very harebrained type thing that probably would be another Deus Ex Machina type deal, but they don't have an army to assault the New York Tower to get in the tower, right?
No.
But they could use like the mass herds of like maybe like widowmakers that they encounter in the train level, like divert them somehow to like basically bum rush into New York and give enough distraction for Capelli and Malakoff to sneak into the tower.
That's a
That's
long stampede.
that is a very long stampede and a very like kind of not probably doable idea, but that's the only type of thing that I could think of maybe that would cause a big enough distraction because I don't think they're going to get hurt enough Grims to travel up to New York where or a bunch of leapers or
Yeah,
anything like that.
the Widowmakers, and given the Widowmakers' speed, seem a little more plausible in that aspect.
Um,
But given how far away New York City is to like their location, even if they're on an old 1950s steam train, it'll still take them a while to get there.
that is also another point that I think is kind of unbelievable that the rail line that they're using would be that well kept still to be able to transport them that far because I think they traveled 1,000 miles or something or what wasn't 1,000 miles, but it was like
It
several hundred
getting from
miles.
like Mount Pleasant to New York City, Pennsylvania and New York are like, they border each other. It probably wouldn't take that long, but it'll still take a bit. And yeah, given the war, there's even a fucking downed battleship that you can see on your way there. But so that place is probably war torn, and I agree with you. Like the rail line, it's also an American rail line, so
Yeah,
it probably wouldn't
that
be
shit's
that well
already.
kept.
But yeah, like it is. The story is just everywhere. It
Yeah.
like there are good ideas,
Hmm.
but none of them are really brought to fruition fully. You know,
Yeah,
and
like
that's
Capelli Malakoff meeting with different groups. I like that idea. I like the idea of the
mhm,
remnants, that there's this group of freedom fighters out there in St. Louis fighting the good fight. There's this
right.
community of churchly folk that's just kind of trying to get through it and use the power of prayer. Oh, one of the cutscene drawing photographs is of them reopening the church. I
Yep.
remember. They might have had a lot of good ideas that they had at the start, but as they fleshed the story out in the screenplay or whatever, they kind of ran into some issues where it's like, okay, we can keep some things, but we have to take some stuff out. But then as they started taking
Right.
stuff out, they were probably like, we kind of ran over our foot with some of the items that we removed from the docket, so we're gonna try to fix it up as best we can. And it's definitely a
Right.
question for TJ Fixman, director Marcus Smith, and a couple of the other writers. And I know that Ted Price was involved in the game, probably on like a writing aspect too, I would think, because he was the director of the previous two games. It would also be
Right.
something to ask him too, like how much of Resistance 3 ended up getting thrown out during its 3 year development, and how much of it was
Right.
in the game. Because we know that some stuff was sacrificed, a lot of stuff was sacrificed for Fall of Man as the concept kept evolving over the years when it started
Right.
development in, like, what was it, 2004, 2003?
Something like that.
And Resistance 2 had a trouble development because at the same time they're like, let's work on a fucking Ratchet and Clank game in the middle of development.
Of course.
Of course, what a brilliant idea. We covered that in the first half. What stuff didn't end up making it, like the weapon wheel and the Widowmaker, were early ideas that were dropped.
Right. Right.
And then Resistance 3, definitely need to ask around a couple of the devs about, like,
What happened?
what did it make the cut, what the fuck happened with Resistance
Uh,
3,
Right.
because it took 3 years to develop this game, as I've established, 3 years. And you know, can we talk about the graphics real quick?
We'll talk about the graphics after we finish up with the story.
Okay.
Um, one thing I do want to say that probably is one of the saving graces of Resistance 3 is Resistance Hole in the Sky, because it gives so much more depth that sets up so much more
Mm-hmm.
for Resistance 3 story. It's a perfect companion piece, I think. And I do, if for some reason, however you got to this podcast, you haven't played any of the Resistance games, one, I encourage you to do that. But before you play Resistance 3, in my opinion, read Resistance A Hole in the Sky by William Dietz, because it gives so much more characterization to Hale. I'm not Hale.
You know, Capelli,
Joseph Capelli,
Susan Farley,
Susan Farley, um, the town of Haven.
and it just,
Basically, the lead up, the
yeah,
build up to Resistance 3.
and it just helps expand on this new setting that Resistance 3 establishes, because Fall of Man, Retribution, and Resistance 2 were all games that were very military focused. You know, there's a big
Mm-hmm.
war going on, stuff like that. Resistance 3 is like the Mad Max of the
Yeah.
Resistance series. Very post apocalyptic, sense of dread, no hope at all. And A Hole in the Sky really kind of cements that in, as not even like too long after the events of Resistance 2. They're already trying the assault on the Chimera Tower. There are already different communities popping up around the U.S., like
Right.
Tunnel Through, Judge Ramsey's American Empire, that's located in a fucking underground train network. Um,
What's left of the federal government trying to get people the
yeah,
Hale vaccine.
yeah. The federal government's living in caves. like the fucking dwarves and Warhammer Fantasy.
Ooga booga. We are the federal
living among
government.
the stalactites and stalagmites. They also at one point moved
Yeah.
to like the Hoover Dam, so now they're the NCR.
Yeah. The Hoover Dam will not fall to Caesar's Legion.
Oh my God,
The
Philip.
Chimera like,
Wait, Philip.
oh what?
Resistance a hole in the sky is just Fallout New Vegas. You're Capelli's the lone wanderer. Courier.
Or the courier.
He is actually a courier in the book. Capelli's a
Yeah.
courier. Judge Ramsey is fucking Kaisar's Legion, and then the
Yep.
federal government is the NCR. It all makes sense.
Exactly.
Wait a minute. Now hang
Well,
on.
wait
Now,
a
now hang
second.
on. I got a theory because on Google Books, there's a trilogy of Dietz books that has like Brotherhood of Steel power armor on the covers of each of them, and I'm like, now wait a minute. Now hang on.
But yeah, it gives so much more context to the setting and everything and the people that you see in Resistance 3, because a lot of that shit, like, just starting, it's like, who the fuck is Susan Farley, and like,
Yeah.
like, how do we even get here, right? There's so much information left out in the game that honestly will sit you on the better track of just understanding everything, and if you read A Hole in the Sky. But yeah, that's my final points for the story.
Yeah, Resistance 3, not a lot, but just in a few parts, relies on other information, like Susan Farley. If you play Resistance 3, it doesn't really matter who Susan Farley is. Like, if you go into it blind, like, she's Capelli's wife. But then when you start getting deeper into the story of Resistance, you find out, she's Hale's foster sister. So there's a bit more of a connection to that, which Resistance A Hole in the Sky takes advantage of with Capelli's story, and when he develops the relationship with Susan. Malakoff bringing up the Cloven. The Cloven are not a very known part of the series. They are really prominent in Retribution, and outside of that, they're kind of just a multiplayer skin and are in the intel documents, and that's about it.
I was gonna say that, like, I definitely, like, because I played the games first before I ever read any of like the books or expanded media, or really paid attention to the fucking intel documents. When fucking Malakoff literally brought up, is this like, I've made many mistakes in my life, the Cloven, I was like, who?
What are the Cloven? Huh?
Who are the Cloven? Who are these people? So, like, I was one of those people who were just like, who the fuck are these people? Who are the Cloven?
Yeah, that's a criticism more of like the Insomniac writing team, where they really dropped the ball on a good concept.
Right.
So,
but
I know
we
don't got a ton of time left, so I think we're gonna finish up on the story now. There's probably some criticisms that we're leaving out that we just can't remember right now, but we have characters, weapons, levels, and graphics to cover next. So let's go over. What do you want to go over first? Because I do want to talk about I think the graphics are going to be like the quickest part, if you just want to throw that out of the way.
Let's go with the graphics.
So, as I've said, Resistance 3, 3 years to develop. This is the longest development time for a Resistance game. And while it does look better than the previous two, still kind of looks like shit.
Yep.
For a 2011 game on the PS3 specifically.
Yeah.
Like maybe if it was on the Xbox, sure, it'll look better, or on PC, yeah, fine. The PS3 is really what kind of held some of these games back.
Mm-hmm.
If we're being honest, as much as I love that console, love it to death, the memory leak issues and all that other bullshit, and just
right.
troublesome development for even exclusive titles for that system, huge detriment. Like, let me use an example. Infamous, there's a certain like part of the map where if you get to a certain height and if you look up, the game won't load a lot, and then it runs pretty smoothly, right? But then you get back down into Empire City, and it starts running like shit again. And like, oh, I see where the capabilities of this game lie. but it wasn't really optimized well for the PlayStation 3, so it can't run that well. Hopefully they put it on other PlayStation consoles in the future. Yeah, but
There are two sides to the graphical elements of Resistance 3: in-game graphics and cutscene graphics, and they are wild. Like, there's a big gap between those qualities. In-game graphics, dog shit. Be honest with you, because like a lot of the character models, not so much the Chimera, but definitely the human models, are extremely smooth and
it's
under rendered,
smudgy. It's very. I
smudgy.
would say that the only high quality things there are like the weapon textures and the
Uh huh.
clothing textures. Everything else, like rubble and everything, has issues rendering in. And even when they do
Right.
render in, they look like a smudged, smooth mess. Like there's too much that wants to get
They
processed into the game, and the PS3 is just incapable of rendering all of that information. And so it's just like close guns. It's like Rick Harrison, like best I can do is the closing guns, guys.
Yeah, yeah, like which look good. They definitely
Yeah,
do
they
look good,
do look
especially the
good.
gun. But it's just like the character models, the environmental stuff. If you look hard enough, you're gonna not like what you see. So it's very much, again, we brought this up with the story. They were just like, all right, get it done, good enough. Slap a fucking bow on it, red bow on it, right?
Yeah.
And that it's not too bad to where you're gonna probably like not like playing the game because it's serviceable. Like you
Yeah.
can play the game and it'll be all right. It's just when you take a much closer look at it that it's like, eh. And sometimes the performance, especially like in loading zones where you have to like push past a door or open like a gate or something like that, it'll chug a little bit too. And sometimes,
Oh
especially when there's a
yeah.
bunch a
It's
bunch of like,
some sound effects won't play in those cases too.
yeah, like you'll hear a lot of like audio peaking, especially when a lot of explosions are going on and like a lot of enemies are on screen. Unfortunately, it starts to chug. It starts to kind of slow down a little bit. I haven't had a crash. I don't think the game ever crashed on me, but
Mm.
like I'm surprised it didn't. To be honest with you, um,
Yeah. Yeah. But I think one of the things I can praise when it comes to some of the other graphics are like the particle effects, pretty good. Definitely a step up from Resistance 2's.
right, right, right.
And the weapon effects too, like the bolts from the bullseye look pretty good as well. There
Right.
are some good little details here and there when it comes to like the graphics and the effects and stuff. Some other
Mhm,
times not looking too good. Water looks good, the explosion effects look good, but
mhm.
everything else is just kind of ugly. And do you want to talk about the filters?
You can go ahead and talk about the
I
filter.
have a fucking grudge. It's in the book of grudges, Philip. I have a grudge with these fucking filters. So, if you don't know, Resistance 3 employs these two filters, two color filters, blue and red. And not only are they applied to the gameplay, but they're applied to the cutscenes. They're applied to all of the cutscenes.
Yeah.
And when it's like really bright, when there's a lot of lights, red. When it's like snow and shit, or like a really blue light or something, blue filter. And you want to know how?
Especially in New York.
Do you want to know how I can identify all of these filters? It's because when it
How?
fades to black, the filter is still there.
Uh, yeah,
Simple
it's
editing. You make the clip, right? You have the
uh
animated clip. You put the filter on. You make it into a compound or composite clip,
uh
and then you make that clip fade to black. That's what you
yep.
do in DaVinci. I don't know what the fuck Insomniac was doing here. I could make better cutscenes. And you know what? You know the 4K cutscenes that I gathered for the Resistance 3 YTP? I just
Yeah.
noticed this while looking through the Ultimate Cut, which will be coming out rather soon, my viewers. there's no filter on those cutscenes. So there's gotta be a way to disable the filters, but there isn't! There is no way to disable the filters in the settings, as far as I'm concerned. But this guy, somehow, who captured the 4K footage on YouTube, somehow disabled the filters. They're not there. And then if you look at, like, my old YouTube poop, which used, like, the old footage, they're there. It's a stark difference.
Yeah.
I don't get it. I don't understand. So, there's the unfiltered, and then there's the filtered. Why are there filters in the first place?
Oh God. I will say, though, the actual cutscenes though have to have some praise because they look good.
Yes, they do.
They like I think we talked about this in the last episode or the last part of this episode about the final, like when you're coming out of the clouds and getting to see the terraformer with the rain particle effects on the screen and whatnot, and the soundtrack.
Yeah,
cream gravy.
The cinematics really are kind of the highlights of the Resistance series, or one of them at least. And Resistance 3, top notch cinematics for the franchise. I think that's really the complaints that we had for graphics. In conclusion, ugly game.
Ugly game.
Ugly
Dog shit. So if we're done with graphics, we can also move on to another short topic because I really like to save a lot of time for specifically like the missions and characters. Let's talk about the weapons.
Yeah. A lot of returning weapons.
A lot of returning weapons, like, and that's just kind of like been a staple with like you'll get your carbine, you got your bullseye,
the auger comes back, the Rossmore,
Rossmore
gets a new design again.
again.
But this one looks really good. I really like the Rossmore in this game, especially when you get the fucking flaming shotgun pellets upgrade.
Oh yeah, the incendiary rounds, yeah. And then only really one grenade type return. That's been a staple.
Well,
the Hedgehog mine.
The Hedgehog returns. The HE-44 Magnum returns. The air fuel grenade returns if you get the Survivor edition of Resistance 3. You get the little code.
Yeah. Only if we could be so graced upon this earth to have gotten that. Oh boy.
Oh boy, if anybody locked content behind a $300 collector's edition, my favorite.
Okay, if anybody is listening and has the full Survivors collector's edition with everything that came with it, contact either one of us because we're contact Liam.
And I don't want the Spanish version that's on eBay. I see all the time. I need the English version that comes with the Green Army Men, the satchel. The fucking, whatever the fuck it comes with, everything. English.
Yep. Por favor.
No español. Comprende?
Hable inglés.
But yeah. I think is there any other returning weapons besides those few?
No, I think everything else is just like, well, I guess, actually the, Marksman, but under a new design.
Yeah, the Marksman gets a new design. We have new weapons. We have the Atomizer that the Ravagers use. Pretty fucking cool gun. I like it. The Dead Eye, which is our replacement for the Far Eye, which is a sniper rifle that the Chimera use. The Cryo Gun.
Yep.
Which is pretty neat, but you're not really going to use a lot. Only when it's another one of those crowd control weapons like the Dragon's Breath was in Fall of Man.
There's also the
Mutator that Herbert Sawicki gives you. Pretty fun gun, but it doesn't really have a lot of use.
Yep. It's definitely a crowd control weapon if you can get it in the right situation.
Mm-hmm.
A dedicated melee weapon.
The
a sledgehammer.
Best weapon in the game, 10 out of 10. Can't upgrade it. It's just a sledgehammer.
You get what you get.
absolutely love
Um,
that. But yeah,
what's
that but
the
that's
Hellfire? Is that what it's called? The rocket launcher?
yeah, the Hellfire. We don't have the Lark anymore. We have the Hellfire, which I think is
Yeah.
like another Chimera weapon.
Yes. And then we get three new grenade types. The shrapnel grenade, which replaces the frag grenade.
The
The
EMP
EMP,
grenade.
and wasn't there another one?
I
Or
don't I don't remember. I think it was just a Hedgehog grenade. That was the other
I
one.
might just be thinking about the air fuel grenade add-on. That's probably what I'm thinking about.
Maybe. I don't know.
Um,
Um
but
yeah.
yeah,
That's kind of it for
and
weapons. It's very simple. I think this might be the lowest weapon count that we've had.
I believe so. But basically, what has been added on, honestly, it's an improvement and also a welcomed feature being back. It's a dedicated weapon wheel,
Yeah.
rather than just a two weapon pickup, um, as well as
Health.
upgrade system. So
Well,
if you
we oh
use your
yeah.
gun enough, you get, I think what it's like three tiers. Like
Yeah,
yours,
there's
your level 1, 2, and 3.
yeah. Also health returns, health pickups. A lot of
Yep, health
I
pickups.
don't know why. I might have been displayed like, oh, you're stealing from COD. The health regen made sense in Resistance 2 story wise, so I have no complaints. Health
Hmm.
pickups returning do make sense because Capelli got inoculated, and not everybody's a Sentinel, so they don't got health regen.
Right.
And it's one of the more challenging things I would say that's being returned from Fall of Man as well. And
And
is it still Simback or is it like something else?
oh, that's a good question. Because I know what it actually is. It's the hail vaccine. That's what that is supposed to be.
Is it?
But like,
Man, they got a
I,
shit. They got a lot of that in New York, huh?
yeah, I'm pretty sure that's. I think that's in the document what it's supposed to be.
Wait, no, no,
Um,
no, no. It can't be the hail vaccine because the Chimera have loads of it in their bases. It would have to be the
I
Simback.
I guess you are correct then. Well, maybe in editing we'll put a little like thing what it actually it's called
Yeah,
somewhere on there on the screen.
yeah,
Um, I also believe I know this isn't part of the weapons and stuff like this is more of just like a part of like the general game. I also believe this is cheat codes returned as well for this game because I
yeah.
don't
You
think they had them
can.
in Resistance 2.
It's like in Modern Warfare where you can unlock cheat codes the more you get like intel documents. And
Yeah.
but here I think also with like achievements, the more achievements you get, the more cheat codes you unlock. But yeah, there are cheat codes in this game, or
Yep.
cheats, not cheat codes, but cheats.
Yep. But yeah, that pretty much does it. I guess like for weapons though, it kind of like I will say this. I believe they give you they kind of they did a good job of what they where they failed in Fall of Man with giving you a lot of different ammo for all the different types of weapons, so you can like interchange using those weapons for a lot of different situations. So you're not just solely being using the bullseye, using the carbine, using the auger all the time. You
Mm.
know, it's just like there's a good amount of ammo laying around to be able to use these
Yeah,
weapons relatively often.
in each weapon, kind of like with the weapon pickups and Resistance 2, each weapon has their time to shine and their purposes.
Yeah.
So like I said, the cryo gun is a good crowd control weapon, and so is the shotgun when you have it upgraded and you get the grenade launcher options. You get the
Yep.
carbine at the train level, which is like halfway through the game, but that
Right.
fully upgraded is also a beast. Also, there's technically New Game Plus because if you start a new
Yep.
game, you can continue to upgrade your guns,
Yeah.
or you can choose to
Which
reset your progress with the gun upgrades.
which is a great way to like incentivize multiple playthroughs because like to be fair, like when you get the carbine there might be not a chance to where you'll be able to upgrade it fully, unfortunately.
Yeah,
Unless yeah, so like that is a very I'm glad that they thought about that so it's not like oh man I gotta restart from the beginning and maybe I might get might get the 3 stars for my like
yeah,
weapons.
yeah.
So
With Fall of Man, the incentive was there's other guns you can get in your next playthrough, and
right.
doing multiple playthroughs on harder difficulties, it would. I think this is something we forgot to bring up in the first episode was that if you played on different difficulties and played a certain amount of times, you'll get different messages after the credits each and every time. Like, if you finish it like 100 times or something, it's like, hey, you want to be a playtester at Insomniac Games? Contact us here.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think one of our positives is the weapon designs in this game, pretty solid, I would say. Even though I don't like the upgraded design for the bullseye, like the fully upgraded. I kind of like the stock design that it has at the start of the game.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, all the weapon designs, when you start upgrading them or even in their base design, all look really good in my opinion.
Right.
But yeah, the last two items on the docket, I know that we don't have a lot of time, but are levels and characters.
Let's go over levels because I feel like levels will be a shorter topic than characters because I got a lot more to talk about with characters than I do
Okay.
levels.
So with levels, they're pretty linear, like the last couple of games. They have their environmental storytelling, and I feel like there's more going on in these levels, on like the same level as Fall of Man had a lot more going on in their environments. Resistance 2, I say that now and I'm like, there's some levels in Resistance 2 that also have plenty going on in it, but there's some like, you know what, never mind. All three, they all got something going on. I don't know where I was going with it. I was about to shit on Resistance 2, and I thought about it more, and I was like, nah, it's still pretty good with the environmental storytelling, but consistent environmental storytelling across the board. I really like some of the levels in Resistance 3. The underground area of Haven at the start of the game is pretty neat. And
Mhm.
that gets expanded on the book, that there's more to the underground network than what we see in the game. There's some like on the rails type missions, kinda. Like you're on a boat in the second mission, then you're on a train.
Mhm.
Still no VTOL action though, unfortunately.
Yeah, very unfortunate.
Yeah, we never get that, which kind of sucks. The St. Louis level was pretty interesting. It had a lot of jagged edges and a lot of destroyed buildings. Like, it looked like this city was hit the most. Like, Chicago
Right.
was just a flooded mess. St. Louis, god awful. Looks like Detroit.
Yeah,
Looks like what Detroit looks like now. If you think the Chimera attacked Detroit, do you think there would be a change?
probably not.
No.
Maybe like the drop shits got their fucking like engine stole off. And like the fucking drop shits on drop ship is on cinder blocks because they stole the fucking the engines off of it.
They stole my power core. God damn
Can't have
it.
shit. Can't have shit in Detroit. Actually, to talk about like the environmental storytelling, I think it is more predominant in this game than the previous two because specifically on the boat mission, right? The little I think it's I forget what the town is called that you go through to like because the waterways are blocked, right? First off, you see posters talking about like an evacuation and everybody's to meet at the ship Exodus. Later in the level, if
Mm.
you look closely, it's the shipyard. You'll actually see the destroyed remains of the boat Exodus. So no
Oh.
one got to escape.
Oh, and the
Secondly,
giant kraken in that level too that's being
the
eaten by
giant
the
kraken.
leapers. Man, that's a good detail.
That is, you actually get to see the true scale of like some of the larger chimeran forces, right? Because like you get to see the fucking resistance through the size of the resistance 3 Goliaths literally up
Up
close in those
close,
missions.
yeah. And then Resistance
Yeah,
2, it kind of gives you that sense of scale as well, and in Fall of Man
right.
as well. It's very intimidating and
um
very impressive.
and also something to like really kind of put home the like real tragic story of just like humans. Like America was kind of like one of the last places to have some type of normalcy of life during the Chimeran, like true like full force of the Chimeran
Yeah,
War.
like the
Like
first
you
few
get to see
years of the
Christmas,
war.
like you get to see like Christmas decorations being have been put up right when the evacuation was supposed to be happening, right? So it like kind of gives you a sense of like this was during a time where it was supposed to be filled with joy and happiness, but
Yeah,
then literally the forces of hell like came upon this city, and destroyed it and wiped it
and
away.
and flooded it all. Like it's all underwater.
Right.
And fun fact, if you play Resistance 3 on April Fool's Day and you play the boat level, the Grims will start throwing gnomes at you, I'm pretty sure it was.
Really, I never knew that.
Yeah.
That's cool as shit. Um,
Little neat detail
but
there.
yeah, yeah, great detail. And there's other parts of like the different missions that you'll get to see a little more bits of that, like through audio pickups or just environmental storytelling in general.
Oh,
Um,
the in St. Louis, the bar that you hold up in has like a Noah Grace poster in there, I think, and just
yeah,
some random portraits, but you know, it's still got a lot of alcohol and the dartboard and what have you, but it's still another place that like it's kind of untouched too in a way. Like it's one of
right,
the last buildings in St. Louis that's still untouched. And like
right.
what the big bank building that you fight the
The
monkey
brawler
in,
in
the brawler and the big monkey.
the big monkey.
Big monkey. And
Literally, Grayson's just like you big fucking ape.
And then the brawler shows up and he's like, "Oh, they actually took my words and made a fucking ape. That they got rid of the Titan for this. I'm out of
Yeah,
here."
I'm out of here. This is a fucking silverback. What are you looking at, orangutan?
When we're going through the mines at the start of the Mount Pleasant sequences, there's some other details here. There's a couple of little locker rooms so you can see. Oh, and while I'm talking about it, Freddie Valmore is our Henry Stillman of this game.
Yes.
And he likes to contact other communities around. Like there's even this little plot where a little girl went missing and then she ends up getting found, and one of the only mentions of Japan outside of whatever info we got on the Great War. I think we brought it up in episode 1 that one of the Freddie Valmore reports is that there's some Japanese resistance fighters that fought a terraformer in Nagoya.
Right.
And at the start of the game, General Stephen Cartwright is on the radio talking about
Big man
fighting the
on
good fight.
campus.
Because at the end of Resistance 3, the rest of the Chimeran fleet were like, alright, the United States is done, and the European resistance forces are right at the border of Russia. Let's go back and fuck them up.
It's just like I thought we taught you this lesson,
Listen,
old man. Yeah.
So yeah, Cartwright's still here fighting the good fight. Nice to see that Peter Jessup was able to return for his character again, even for like a few lines.
I think sometimes you get to also see some really cool like set pieces, like specifically on the train, where you get to see the massive herd of just like Widowmakers going across the land at the base of like a destroyed
the downed fucking battleship right over there.
Battleship. Yeah, so it really does do a good job of just showing like this is what the reality of this world looks like now after like basically the ultimate Chimeran victory. You know?
And to kind of make the section short, kind of to get the idea along, all the Resistance games so far have done an excellent job at utilizing environmental storytelling. And if there's one thing that we must praise, like Resistance 3 and 2 and Fall of Man for, it's that. And the Insomniac devs did a hell of a job with that, with the environmental storytelling. Like, I know that Resistance 3 may not be our favorites, but there are just some things that we can't deny that are just really stellar in Resistance 3, like that.
And a final point, because like most of the missions really don't stand out to me anything special other than like, oh, you know, you get to be on a boat in this one, or oh, you get to be on a train, or oh, we're at the like we get to fight a giant boss on this level. Those are all cool. And we kind of touched on just basically the levels a little bit in the story, or at least story wise. But I will say there isn't any like level specifically that really had me frustrated or threw too many enemies at me that made me not like that level in particular.
Yeah, I feel like there's only like there's that one part of the New York level where you like try to prevent the Chimera from opening the gates because they're sending drones and Ravagers and Steelheads and all that after you. That part's frustrating, but it's like just that one part.
Right. But overall, pretty well balanced, I would say, even on the higher difficulties.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's all I have for missions.
Characters. We have some returning characters. Capelli and Malakoff are back. And unless you were following along the extra media, Susan's back.
Yep.
But for a lot of people only fault the games, Susan's here.
Yep.
But we have a ton of new characters. As we said, there's Charlie Tent and the Remnants. There's the Catholic people up in Mount Pleasant. And that's and then Freddie Valmore. That's kind of about it. We don't get a whole lot of other characters. Like, we have members of the Haven community that don't really stick around a lot, but like Lester. We got Lester.
Right. We got Mo Lester. First name Mo, last name Lester.
I'm Jimmy Dean, and
And there's also that one guy that like kind of like almost stops you in the middle of like getting out of the first room that you start the game in, and he's just like, "Hey there, Joe," and he smokes a cigarette. He's
Hey,
got
Joe,
a
how's
fucking
Jack?
tall. He's got a big ass fucking forehead, the size of Texas.
there's a
That's what we're.
there's a theory that there's one guy in this little alcove sharpening an axe that might be
Yeah.
Riley from Burning Skies, but it's like he doesn't look like him, might not be him, but
It's probably just more of like a little on the nose reference, maybe. But
it probably might not be John Riley because Burning Skies hadn't come out yet, nor did I think that it was in development yet.
right. Okay, specifically to talk about characters, I really want to talk about Joseph Capelli particularly because he had the biggest like design change out of anybody.
And voice actor
Looks,
change.
voice actor change, character for the most part looks completely different. Now, albeit it is 4 years from when we last saw Capelli. To be fair,
He still has a scar.
he's got still has his scar, even though I will say it's kind of hard to make out because his scar in Resistance 2 was more predominant, I would say. But like he's got hair. He's got hair.
He does have hair.
He is a much more like he still has a little bit of his anger and sometimes that does show through, but because he's a family man now, he has a much more like matured attitude about him.
The dad lore is gonna go crazy when Jack gets older, bro.
Dude, for real. Yeah, my dad works for Nintendo. Yeah, my dad literally single-handedly defeated the Chimera Army.
Yeah, my
Just
dad
saying.
killed Nathan Hale.
My dad killed Nathan Hale. I will have to say, some of these characters are so, except with the exception of probably Malakoff, some of these characters that we meet, specifically Susan Farley and Joseph Capelli, are so much better described and characters being flushed out, their character arcs being flushed
books.
out in the books. Like, you guys got to read this shit because, like, dude. Like, have you like the fucking meme, the Virgin versus the Chad meme, fucking Virgin Susan Capelli in Resistance 3 and Chad Susan Capelli in
the Hole in
the
the
books.
Sky. She's a
Yeah.
bad bitch in the books.
And by the way, she's still a bad bitch even when she's pregnant with fucking Jack.
Oh
Like,
yeah.
she's like,
I know we'll cover in the next episode, but yeah, she really is a bad bitch even when she's pregnant.
yeah, like
Yeah.
crazy because you really don't. We barely get any kind of characterization of her in this, but she is a pivotal. She's like one of the main plots in A Hole in the Sky. But again, we really don't get too much from her. We don't get a lot from like the cast from Haven. We get, honestly, for the first time since probably Resistance 2, do we actually get a lot of character depth from Malakoff, at least in some ways. Like,
Yeah.
we actually get to see how regretful he is. Like, while he's simultaneously he's basically trying to like make up for all his mistakes by like trying to, like, he realizes he's probably the only person, if there is a snowball chance in hell, to stop the Chimeran force.
Yeah.
It's him.
The near irrevocable damages that he's caused. Because all the
Right.
things he lists, even the Cloven, like, unless you don't really know the lore, it's probably like, the Cloven, they're probably this little side thing, but no, once you find out that the Cloven were the result of, like, the first failed attempt at the vaccine and the repercussions it had on the Russian army, which was the first line of defense against the Chimera, you realize, ah, that's bad. And then, of course, Daedalus is the villain of the second game, and you realize, ah, that's bad. And then you remember what
Right.
happened to Hale, and you're like, ah, that's bad. And then,
If
and then I was thinking about it today. There's a line that Hale says in Resistance 2 where he said, referring to Daedalus on their way to Hollow Tower, he said, "Whatever happened to Shepard could have happened to any of us. It could have been me down there, and he like me would have wanted to stop me."
What happened to Shepard could have happened to any one of us. It could have been me down there. He would have wanted me to stop him, no matter what it took.
right,
And I'm like, oh.
yeah,
That's not long after Malakoff told Hale that he and Shepard are no different from each other from Project Abraham, that they're both infused with pure Chimera DNA, that Shepard definitely was the worst case scenario and Hale was the best case scenario. And it could have obviously been the reverse.
and that's a very interesting like spin-off story that could have been told maybe in like a like alternate comic, like of like where Shepard is replaced with Hale. That would be really fucking cool.
Yeah, and we were
Um,
almost there. If Capelli didn't cap Hale in the head, we would have been there.
Yeah, something to describe. I think a quote that probably best describes Malakoff as a character is "The road to hell is paved with good intentions."
Yeah.
Because like like all of these attempts weren't just simply because aha, I'm a mad scientist who wants to play around with the chimeran virus, right? No, he's literally trying to find ways to stop this, and it just kind of has had more or less a snowball's effect, or by chance it has, at least when it comes to Daedalus's case, because they didn't really know that he was immunocompromised. Like if he wasn't, he probably would have just turned out to be like Hale, possibly, at least, or at least just succumbed to the Chimeran virus and just died there and wouldn't have become a problem. I really do feel bad for Malakoff in the end, where I don't think his character deserved to just be beaten to a pulp and then unceremoniously have his head chopped off. I think he deserved a more like honorable death, where he like in the final moments as he shuts down the tower, I don't know, like
Yeah.
he like doing something like that, because really the only if you haven't read the book, he really hasn't done anything that's like a shining moment for his character. Like probably the only shining moment that he has had is being able to create a true vaccine for the Chimeran virus.
The Hale vaccine.
Because like his ultimate final sacrifice is all for naught. Like if he was able to finally get to the New York Tower, at least shut off the portal, he could have like redeemed his character, for all the like bad things that he didn't necessarily intentionally meant to do. But it would have like, yeah.
When it comes to the other characters, we still don't have a lot of time, unfortunately, but to cover some of the rest of the characters, like Charlie Tent is one of the prominent characters in the story, and we do get his backstory.
He's a king.
In the YouTube poop, he is the king, but he's got this swagger. He's a very I feel like he's a good man, but he's definitely more like a I'll do a good deed for you, but I definitely want to get something out of it kind of guy.
Right.
But in the end, like when the situation becomes really serious, he's definitely more open to helping Hale out, like visiting his family, and even helping him out doing the fucking suicide mission to take down the terraformer in the tower.
Right. He is like at first he just seems like kind of like not like a dick, but like he just seems like a very flamboyant type leader that initially doesn't seem like he could achieve much, but when it actually comes down to the moment, he's very brave and very honorable. He keeps his word, and I think that's like, honestly, I wish we got more time with Charlie than what we got.
And in the
Because
game,
I think he.
Oh, no, continue.
I was just gonna say it would have been cool to actually be able to like have like an actual dedicated team with Malakoff, Charlie, and what's the other guy? What's the pilot's name? Ellis. That would have been really cool to see. And like and like, yeah.
Kind of like a pseudo Echo team in a way.
Yeah.
But yeah, Charlie's personality also really comes out during gameplay, along with the other team members of the Remnants. Allie Hills' character is only there in the gameplay. She's not really there in the cutscenes, and after that one level, her time is just kind of up.
Yeah.
So yeah, with the lack of time that we have, we weren't really able to flesh out the go deep into the characters like we did with our cast for Resistance 2. But I think we can safely say that we do like the characters here, but they kind of falter in a way that like their development specifically for Capelli and Susan are in a book. They're not in the game.
Right.
So if you really want to see how that turns out, you gotta read a book, which Halo fans have definitely complained about for years. I gotta read a fucking book to figure out.
You gotta read
Master
the book to see how we got here.
To figure out if Master Chief Sue can jerk him off. Oh god, fuck it. Which, by the way, it can't.
But I will say the one thing that you won't be dissatisfied, because I think that A Hole in the Sky is honestly, like, both Gathering Storm or The Gathering Storm and A Hole in the Sky are fantastic books, but A Hole in the Sky takes the cake if you were to choose either of the books. And I will say, you're not going to waste your money on this. You're actually probably going to have like a good time with this book.
It's a good companion piece to Resistance 3, and we'll elaborate more on some of its details and some of its characters in those books, as some characters from The Gathering Storm also come back in A Hole in the Sky. And yeah,
I will want to say, because I think we have just a tiny bit of left time to just talk about, because I feel like Capelli just needs to be talked about just a moment more.
Oh, you go ahead.
Compared to like Hale as being now like the protagonist, right? I want to say that Capelli, I think in a lot of ways, is a lot stronger than Hale was, because they both fight with motivation, right? Whereas Hale is just like, initially, especially with the plot of Resistance Fall of Man, he has always been a survivor. He's always been lucky, right? And so that he wants to use that skill to fight a almost unwinnable war, where and eventually is just like he's fighting to kill the Chimera, because plot spoilers. Skip ahead a little bit for the Gathering Storm. He finds out that like what happened to his adoptive family, right? And that makes his hatred for the Chimeran virus and the Chimeran forces that much greater, and that is why he is driven in the game to, even with the threat of him not being able to get his inhibitor on time, he is still going to get the job done, because getting the job done means a better outcome to defeating the Chimera, right? And same with Capelli. Capelli is a much different man than he was in the beginning of like the books or the book, A Hole in the Sky, right? He just simply does jobs because he just doesn't really have a purpose in life anymore. He just does it to simply survive, right? But then he finds out that like he really, really wants a family. He found someone that he loves. He found a community that is accepting of him, and he is willing to do whatever it takes to make sure that stuff survives and has a future, right? And so they both have the same type of drive. Now, Capelli might have not initially had that, but he definitely does have it now. But I will say, stacked against all the odds, whereas Hale has always had some kind of support behind him, in Resistance 3, Capelli, especially towards the very end of the game, is on his own. And like, that is something to say, how strong of his character is against all odds, even by himself. He makes it almost to the doorsteps of like the New York Tower, and is even willing to literally sacrifice himself to crash a goddamn fucking terraformer into that goddamn tower, if that just means that his family and the life that he had gets to survive a little bit longer, or that there's a possible future. And I think that makes him a much more stronger character in some ways than Hale.
Yeah. I feel like if we had more time, I would add in some more information about Capelli's upbringing and Hale's upbringing. Both were pretty rough. I guess the simplified version. Hale was raised in Sioux Falls, South Dakota. Capelli's from Brooklyn, New York. Both have very different upbringings. Both are skilled in their own means. It's nice to see the journey of both of them, two different guys, and how they faced off the Chimera, and how both of them kind of came to the same conclusion that they do anything to lay down their life to save others.
Right.
But as a soldier would. But yeah, that's kind of it for that. Two things before we go. One, I mentioned earlier that different voice actor for Hale. The original voice actor was David Boat, who some of you may know as the voice actor for the Clone Troopers in the original Star Wars Battlefront 2 game. He voiced Capelli in Resistance 2. But here, he's replaced by Robin Atkin Downes, who previously voiced James Grayson in Resistance Retribution, Daedalus and an infected Nathan Hale in Resistance 2, and a cut character, I think General Hadley, in Resistance Fall of Man. And now he's Joseph Capelli.
Yes.
And a fun fact, I actually had him sign something for me, a medic print. It was on the live stream too, so you can find it somewhere. And I had him write the Daedalus quote, "Can you hear them? They're calling to us. It's beautiful." Which, I don't know if you'll ever remember doing any work for Resistance, but hey, I got him to sign that, and that was pretty cool. What was the second thing I wanted to bring up? Oh, the soundtrack. It's on CD.
Yes.
It's also on YouTube. Give it a listen. One of Boris Salchow's best works, and probably one of my favorite soundtracks in the whole franchise, right next to Fall of Man's and Burning Skies. Very good. All soundtracks are pretty solid, as I established in the first half of this episode. But yeah, that's the last bit of information. So yeah, that's about it. Any final thoughts?
Despite all of its misgivings that we get of it, it's still a treasured part of the trilogy, and I still love it. You know, It's a good game.
Yes. It's not the worst. I mean, Burning Skies exists, but of the three, it's probably the black sheep of the main three.
Right.
But yeah, thank you all for listening, for watching. This definitely was a bit of a longer episode, as you could probably tell. In the future, we'll probably be a little bit more careful, probably condense some of the information, but we just have a lot to talk about, and there'll probably be some days where we have more time to record, but Philip has a woman. I do not.
I gotta make time, all right?
He's gotta make some time. Probably next week when it comes to recording, I should say, when we record the spin-offs when we record the episode for the spin-offs, Retribution, Burning Skies, the two books and the comics. We'll have our guest on, our good friend Liz, aka Love Pond. We'll probably have a little bit more time if you're more free that Saturday, Philip.
Right.
Hopefully.
We appreciate you all being here. I will say, link, subscribe, share with your friends if you enjoy the topic. And if you guys have any other topics you want us to talk about, I mean, we have a whole list of things that we are going to do for this podcast. But if you have something specific you want us to cover, we'll try our best to cover it. And the community engagement otherwise is very appreciated.
Yeah, and you know what? If it's something we've never heard of before or know very little, we'll do our homework.
Yep.
Yep. Thank you all for watching, and have a wonderful day. Goodbye.
Bye-bye. Like a fucking angel's about.
Hold on. Yes. Yes. Hi, how you doing?
Okay, good. That's sick. And I love your setup.
Thank you.
Looks like a podcast setup.
It is.
Just reminding you about D&D tonight.
What's that at?
After dinner.
What's that at?
What?
When is that at?
I don't know when dinner is.
Oh, okay.
You know, Mom.
No, he's mine tonight, Alex. He's mine. That's my man.
Philip
He
says,
is mine.
Man, I'm his tonight.
No, Liam promised me.
I did. I did practice.
He's sucking my
His
dick
first
tonight,
time-
not yours,
Apparently,
Alex.
I'm sucking his dick tonight.
You're sucking Philip's dick tonight?
I guess so.
Oh, damn. You're giving the double-handed twist vacuum seal combo 3000?
Gawk gawk.
Gawk combo 3000? That's right.
Love you, Alex.
He loves you, Alex.
Well, I love you more, Philip. I can't wait to see you, buddy.
I can't wait to see you too.
Are we keeping this in the podcast episode, Philip?
No, please don't. No.
Oh, you guys are actually doing a podcast?
Yeah.
Oh, that's sick as fuck. What do we got going on over here?
That's OBS. That's what I'm recording on.
Oh, no, I didn't know what you guys were doing a podcast about.
Oh, Resistance.
Or Resistance?
We
You
already...
can try to resist, but you're still gonna suck D's nuts. Anyway, later, loser.
I thought you were coming in and telling me to quiet down because I was going, another battle, boys!
Oh, I love it. Oh, we get into the gruff, eh?
We'll add one of Alex's like lines there at like the end of the podcast as like a little snippet. Like you can't resist my
blooper reel.
balls.
The years blooper reel.
Yeah.